3 coplanar points, and bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
On the level.
The way I phrase it is a monument to the curvature of the Earth. It really is.
Level.
It really is.
Level.
And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
Not only have you generated an angle from a device that isn't meant for measuring angles,
It can measure an angle.
you've
It can measure
also generated a massive spherical object from somewhere.
Yep.
If the Earth is a globe with this radius, and if you
Yeah,
are
then
at 76 meters elevation,
Then the surface of
can
liquid
you-
water must curve. Ruhif's still hanging around. I noticed he tried to
Been a busy
come back
day,
with
huh?
the angular
Oh, yeah, there is.
change of the auto level. I mean, is that the new call that's gone out? Ruhif, have you sent that one out?
I've seen the calls. No, the call for the last 2 days I figured out is they're really pressuring you to show them the completed test to prove that the Earth is
They're
flat.
trying to get the distraction, right? Because Ruhif has made a massive boob in saying that an auto level measures an angle. He misrepresented what the stadia hairs are for on an auto level, and said he pointed it out across some water from his mate's living room, and
Yeah, like 37 kilometers or something. Like, what do you guys talking about? That's not what the thing's designed.
he drew an angle on though. That was the big bad thing. Because it's an auto level, and auto levels aren't meant for that. And ever since I keep seeing these people popping up, and they keep showing pictures of auto levels looking out over massive distances over the horizon.
Bev, are those stadia hairs there for you to get a rough estimate of distance, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Do you want me to put that picture back in again so you can have a look? Does anyone want to come for a trip on the canal?
Sure.
You'd think I'd be better at arguing, but I just get frustrated.
We're at
You would think.
It's like a brain constipation almost. I used to be really good at it, but Jesus.
Yeah, your fucking ass is jealous of your mouth from all the bullshit that comes out of it. Just shut up for a while.
See, that's probably the funniest thing anyone's ever said in here because it's such a dry-ass room.
Yeah,
Go on, Bev. What are you telling us, Bev?
Right, Ruhif, we're on the canal.
Though, so it might be.
We're looking down on top of the canal?
Yeah, obviously, because I mean, how do you draw it in elevation? You can do it in elevation if you want, like that. Right?
Yeah, so we're looking down on top of the canal. It's a triangle from the air.
C. Right, okay. So you're at point A. All of the sides, it's not, they're a mile sides. So call it an equilateral triangle. 3 angles, 1, 2, 3, add up to 180 degrees. You know the deal with triangles.
Oh, well, Riley doesn't, but yeah, go.
But you're okay with that though, triangle, 180 degrees.
Yep.
Okay, so we're at A. Now, do you want to establish a horizontal at A?
Yep.
Ooh, I already see where this is going.
Okay, so we're going to go from A to B.
Yep.
And we've established a horizontal at A. What happens? 1 mile.
Yeah, it drops 8 inches.
8 inches. So from A to B.
This is going to be the same point again.
A to B.
No, it's different. You don't see it coming, Ruhif?
8 inches
in
the down
the
direction,
infinite drop
right?
bullshit,
So
right?
we're going to set a horizontal at B.
Yep.
And we're going to go from B to C.
Yep.
Go on. What happens?
It will drop from B relative to B to C 8 inches.
It's 8 inches in the downwards.
It will drop from level, whatever.
Yeah.
8 inches.
It can't drop up.
8 inches down again, and then we're going to go from C
C
back to A. our starting
From
point.
C to A. If you then reset, if you reset where your level is at C.
You just made this thing is
No,
what are we walking
let him
on
finish,
right
right? And let him finish.
All those level lines are not parallel. That's the problem.
Come on,
Hey, critical hits here.
Sorry?
Difficult.
Yeah, all those level lines are not parallel.
We're on the last leg. Ruhif, please. From C to A.
Now you're going to add up the 3 lots of 8 inches, right?
Oh, down 8 inches again, yeah?
Yeah, you're going to add. You're just going to add them all together
So
like a fucking
inches,
retard.
8 inches in the downward direction again.
Relative to wherever you are standing,
Yeah,
there will be
at
8
this
inches
point,
drop to
8
the other.
inches down. So
what
we've done is we've started on a canal, a triangular canal, and we've gone down 8 inches, down another 8 inches, and down another 8 inches to end up at the same place we started. So we've gone all the way a trip, and we've gone down 28 inches to end up at the point that we were at.
That's not how you do it, they say. That's not how you do it.
Bro, that's what you just drew an M, like a how do you go? It would go. It's a wave, right? You're going up and down and up. There's 3 humps. Yeah, there's. Bro, there's 3 humps on this thing. That should only be 1.
No. That was a Kozlowski.
No humps. No humps.
It's like that.
But he hasn't even
Paige,
said he's gone down.
Paige, your mic is introducing.
He's here.
Paige, your mic is introducing a crackle.
Yeah.
You see that?
That's what he's done. How the fuck's he done that?
Yeah, how do you do that?
How do you
Guys, come on.
Down.
If you want
and you're
to
at the
listen
same
to
place.
Ruif will explain how you do that.
Yeah, you're not actually going.
Bro, that's a David Blaine trick. That's a magic trick.
No,
it's not.
Trick to you guys.
Going down 8 inches 3 times and then ending up where you began is not a magic trick.
Hey,
if you could go down 3 8-inch stairs, and if you could go down 3 8-inch stairs and end up in the back one, I'd be fucking amazed, bro. That'd be awesome.
Bev claims to be this fucking geometrical genius.
Look, Ruhif, I don't claim to be anything that you keep saying that, but I know it's impossible to do anything with just an angle. I'd never be so retarded as to come in here and claim to be able to do that. So you trying to palm it off as though you can pass it on. So please, show us your massive intellect and show us what you do with an angle. Surely you've stalled for long enough for someone like Rumpus or, somebody to write you up something.
Does anyone mind if I record this? Does anyone mind if I record this?
Go on, please do.
All right, hang on. Get OBS up.
The horizon on a circle.
Yeah, you can model it with a circle. That's fine.
That's impossible.
That's impossible. Mm-hmm. Excellent. So you acknowledge that you cannot do it.
No, I acknowledge that the horizon is a straight line because it is parallel with horizontal.
No,
so
what is the
you've
angle?
just generated a circle. It's listen. I will say it again. Can nobody hear me?
Yeah.
Right. A horizontal, like elevation, is a change in vertical distance, vertical height. So any change in vertical height is a change in elevation. So what they're saying here is there is 0 change in vertical height. That's what elevation means, Jeremy. It doesn't mean curve. It never has. You have just been talking to people at a certain server and they have convinced you that elevation is a curve. It is not.
In the global model.
Jose, I think so. Yeah, go ahead, Jose.
Yeah, hey, how you doing? Just like maybe a minute or two. A question for Beb. A concern that I have, because I heard about this test for months now, since I known Beb, maybe a few months, maybe about a year roughly. But I think you did some kind of a small test run for a camera, little preview. But you haven't done this test. You haven't been on the field, even though you have the tools. Is your test involve anything physical and being on the field and using the tools and the devices that you have, or is it just talking to people and it's just words? Is my concern. Are you ever going to do the test?
Well, you know, we've been out on the canal, right, with the water level and the auto level, testing it, testing the procedure that we're doing and all of that. You saw Sly's equipment, so he's actually got all of the equipment. He's had that. How long has he had it, Jose?
A long time, maybe longer than you, or maybe a little less, because
Right,
maybe
so
you bought it
he's
just to kind of
actually
count on
got
you.
the equipment, and he's not done it. Do you want go on
He
the
attempted.
shows that he goes on, asking him whether he's doing
Yeah,
his test?
he attempted to do it. He attempted to do it.
Yeah, he
but
failed
have
it
you
badly,
attempted
didn't
to do
it? Leaks
Have
everywhere.
you attempted it? Have you attempted? That's the question. Like, be honest. Have you attempted it?
Yeah, no, I haven't got 16 100 meters of tubing yet. No, like Sly
Because for
Sly
that,
has.
it's a lot of words, but nothing substance, no substance yet. It's
Yes,
you're
yes,
just
Jose,
talking
Jose,
no
if you want
substance.
to know, yes, we have been out on the canal with a 100 meter water level. We have checked it, and yes, for your information, it is horizontal. Now, we can go out again, and we will be going out again and doing much more testing. We
so,
have
because you keep talking about it, but you haven't
developed
done it.
yes, we have. We've developed a pressure test now as well, which is very, very, very interesting.
On a whiteboard, on a blackboard, and a lot of words.
No,
you
no,
develop this?
with a water level and
relax, bro.
Yeah, and
I'm
tools,
chilling, man.
pressure
I'm
testing
having
tools.
fun in here, you know. This is not to get triggered and not to. When you say relax, you're projecting. So don't tell me that.
Okay, so you know, the other day when you did that setup and you said, well, you know what you said about the fraud and the slander and all of that.
Oh, I did. Yeah, but I'm talking about if you ever gonna go out to do the test, or you just gonna keep talking about it and letting it on other people to do it for you.
Okay. Yes, well, yes,
Why
the
do
test
you
will
care
be
so
getting done. Yes.
Oh,
Why are you so worried about whether he's going to do it?
Just curious. I'm curious. I'm curious because he kept mentioning a test. It's like NASA selling false dreams about moon missions. Baby's selling a false dream about doing a test.
So,
He never done it.
well, just a minute. How much have you bought of this, Jose?
Zero, and I
Right,
will
so
never,
you're like everybody else then. You've put zero money into it, but you seem to be very keen on me doing it.
Because you keep saying you're gonna do it. That's why.
Oh, well, Slice actually took money off people and actually has the equipment.
And he went out and he got a big project and attempted it. Yeah.
But he failed. He didn't do anything.
Whether he failed or not, he went out and he used it.
Well, we've been out and we've tested it, and so far it is working perfectly. Zero leaks. Now we will be going out and testing more, because when we
Just
test
like
it,
NASA,
we
because
want
everybody-
it to. Well, no, we will show you. We do it live, Jose.
But you keep saying this. Just like NASA keeps
We
saying we're
we
gonna do
yeah,
this,
but we
we're gonna
keep
do shit.
doing it as well, Jose. We keep
You're worse than NASA
doing
because you're down to
it.
earth. I thought you were down to earth and you were hands on.
Yeah,
Like,
we
that's a lot
are.
of words.
We
Well,
are,
thanks,
Jose.
everybody.
What
Thank
is
you,
it?
Martin. Thank
What
you.
is Jose? What is it you're saying we are not doing?
He's gone. He just came in to trigger you.
Well, it's not triggering me, but I mean, like,
No, I
it gives
didn't
us
say
a
what.
chance to show everyone, right, that we are doing tests. All of our own accord, all of our own money, all of our own equipment. We're doing this ourselves. That's the way we wanted to do it. Now, I don't see why I should be pushed at a guy that likes to slander people, and admittedly likes to slander people for entertainment purposes. I mean, you've just watched him come in here to try and do something, I don't know what, but I mean, it would be for entertainment purposes. Probably because he's been asked to do so by Slice Barcane or one of the people like that.
He's a self-admitted troll.
Yeah, he came into on the level MEUK the other day and admitted that he slanders people on YouTube for entertainment purposes, and he doesn't consider anybody on YouTube as a real person. Everybody's just a character that you can slander and libel for entertainment and views. Yeah, he did that.
That's not how I feel.
That's why we're over here, Brandon, not over there.
Oh, good. I appreciate that. Well, we're past time. Does anybody have anything else before we close up shop and go to final thoughts?
Well, I think amplification with a globe blocking, but beyond is opposed to angular resolution, sandwiching everything at the level of the eye observer. I think confusion comes when you have the convergence point of the space above the surface versus the convergence points on the surface, the flat surface, that's below the level of the eyes. These things tend to merge with a whole lot of distance over, a very long, infinite-like flat plane, but really, in actuality, it's separate because the space above the surface is going to naturally be separate, and so there's going to be some separation with.
Hey, can I go next, Brandon?
Can
I go next with final thoughts,
buddy? There's definitely a separation point, Lemon. Yeah, why don't you start off with, and distance makes a huge difference. I agree with that. Yeah, whoever that was, you can be the first one to go final
Thank you, man. Yeah, I wanted to say it like this. Oh my God, two things. First thing, I got kicked off Jose's. Sly interrupted me every time I went to talk, pretty much, and I'm the one who gets kicked. But yeah, good thing Sly's not a plumber, because 1/3 of his conjunctions leaked. I mean, are you fucking kidding me, dude? That's not places we fail on these tests. But anyway, he number two is the way I would describe like the zoom, and in the distance we know that zoom doesn't let us see further. It brings the image we're already seeing, it brings it into focus. So you zoom in, it spreads out the angular resolution, right? So if you had two lights close to each other, they would you zoom in and they'd look like one at a certain distance, but then you zoom in, you spread them apart. And that's what their argument is. But you can't spread the ground down. So I don't know if anybody's worded it like that, but I was just thinking about it, and that's an interesting way to word it. You could zoom in and spread and widen the angle to everything, but you can't spread the ground down any further. So that's why we lose things bottom up on a flat plane. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Brian Mavitt.
Yeah, great show, mate. And we had a few laughs and giggles along the way, which is really nice. Final thoughts. This truth has got to come out, and the problem for me, images are so dependent on conditions. I think we have to dismiss all of them and go for a measurement. Just as Bev says, you need a physical measurement to prove this. So yeah, great show. Good night, all.
Thanks, Brian. Travis.
Yeah, it's all been said. Great show, Brandon.
Thanks, man. Thanks, Travis. Expose Antarctica. Global virus foe.
Yeah, I agree. It was just a great show. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Jeremy.
Good show. That guy's picture in the beginning was nonsense. There's so many problems with it. It was ridiculous. That's all. Have a good night.
You too, man. Jimbo.
Good show. Keep on trucking. Keep on producing. It's going great.
Thanks, Jimbo. Jose.
The people I slandered in MIUK server was Fight the Flat Earth, Seek Truth, Speak Truth, Team Skeptic, and their team. Boom!
Thanks, Jose. Kitty Not So Soft Paws. Name change.
Good show.
Thanks, man. Kitty Soft Paws.
That's all good. Good show.
Thanks, man.
We're a couple.
Naps. Okay, congratulations.
Thank you.
Nap Snaps. Patient Zero.
As far as I know, you never calibrate a Stadia on a device that you've bought, right? It's already been pre-calibrated, but there is a focus knob on there, right? You can adjust that, but the Stadia does not move up or down when you adjust that knob. kind of goes in and out of focus, but not up or down. And it's already been pre-calibrated to certain specs. If you ever drop the instrument, you do send it back to the manufacturer or local manufacturer to have it recalibrated. So, thanks, Brandon. Good show.
Thanks, Aaron. Lemon.
Stop trusting questionable lenses. The lens is curved. The atmosphere is the lens. You have vanishing points that are merging that need to be spaced apart by walking up to the thing and seeing how far apart these objects actually are. Test this stuff with a laser. Test this stuff with an actual physical operation to verify what these deceptive lenses are bringing to your eyes.
Thanks, Lemon. Dave, Rakia.
Thanks, Brandon. Good show.
Thanks, man. Rob. Essie.
Yeah, good show, bro.
Thanks, Essie.
Crowd funding. Can you hear me?
Barely.
Anyways, okay, I'm in the car. Good show, bro.
He said, all right. Essie says he's in the car. Thanks, man. Bob Dole. Right the hand.
Yeah, I think it's important to say that, well, yeah, good show. Thanks for having everyone on. It's important to say that level is something that you do to a line, right? Like you level a line. You don't just, so you can't have a curved thing and then level a line to that. It wouldn't work. Where would you start leveling? Where would you stop? It would just keep spinning around and around. So to level something is a verb. Level is not so much a noun or a thing.
All right. Thanks, right there. Bandsaw.
Yeah, good show, buddy. Good show.
Thanks, Bandsaw. Bev.
Yeah, good show. Good show. Yeah. Obviously, there's things going on at the minute in the background that people are getting triggered by things. I don't know what's going on. We've noticed it over the last week. Some strange things happening.
Well, that's weird. I'll try to set something up between you and Sly. See if Sly's interested.
Sweet. Yeah. Anytime.
Cool. All right, cool. I'll see if I can get that going. And good show to you guys. Thank you. You guys are what makes the show good, so I appreciate it. That was an interesting discussion with Critical Think. I look forward to seeing his rebuttal to the questions that he didn't really have an answer to during the show. I think it comes down to a fundamental difference of how we understand perspective and our base assumptions, which is his base assumption. He starts off with thinking that we live on a giant ball, which I have a problem with. So anyway, we will see you guys on Monday. I'll be seeing the overtimes. What do I call them again? After shows on tomorrow and Sunday. And there's quite a lot of good stuff in there, so you can check those out. I'm going to keep them on my channel, my other channel for now. But I might move them back over to here just so they're all in one place. We'll see.
I would just renaming them to overtimes. I like that.
You like overtime better?
Overtime.
You know, everybody does after.
Hell yeah.
You know, and it's like it's a bonus.
Exactly.
Everybody
loves overtime, don't you, Brad?
Overtime, it makes football games more interesting. Yeah, I'll go overtime. So the overtime show
Time
will
and
be
a half.
up this weekend.
Time and a half.
Yep. All right. I'll be back, and then I'll be recording overtime after I get back.
Yeah, I think there's more to this level, right? Like, I think there's more to, like, as I'm thinking about this thing, they can't level it up, right? Just ask, like, yo, here's a line, level it for me. What would they do?
Well, you need a water level, probably.
Well, right the hand aren't
I
lines.
mean,
like
how
from
would they
point to
orient to
point,
this?
always
Where are they orienting
straight,
this
right?
straight line to the circle?
But let's just get to the nitty gritty. From point to point establishes a line, right? It might not be level, but because they're gonna try to come back and be like, oh, you're saying that point to point is not level. But yeah,
Yeah,
point to point might not be level.
but it's straight.
Well,
It's point to
it's
point,
straight.
straight line. How do we level it?
Well,
Even if
you're
there is
right.
a ball.
So you are correct that there's no such thing as level. It's a physical operation. So even if your level is off by a degree, that degree can magnify with greater distances, especially due to perspective.
What are you comparing that to?
If you have a level that's off by a degree, it's not level.
What are you comparing it to, Bev?
I think that there's a tolerance for how level something can be, but if it's
no.
outside of that
Something's
tolerance,
either
it gets
horizontal
drastically,
or it is
disastrous.
not.
Are you using your
No
eye,
such thing
Bev,
as
to
perfect
judge
level. It's a
horizontal?
range.
That's why we
It's a
that's
range.
why they calibrate them, Lemon.
It's a range of tolerance. There's a couple
It's
levels that are
horizontal.
potentially
If it's not horizontal, it goes back to get calibrated. If it
What
cannot
is
be
the,
calibrated to be horizontal, it goes in the bin and you need a new one.
What is the standard they use to
on top of
calibrate
that-
auto levels, theodolites, and any optical device with crosshairs or anything that's supposed to be?
It starts with horizontal line.
What is the standard?
It starts
though?
with
What's
the
standard?
idea of a straight line.
What's the standard?
Horizontal.
No. You're trying to get to horizontal.
No. Horizontal is the standard. That's where you start.
Well, you can't start with the standard. Well, how do you get your standard? Is he's saying? How do we get
It's
the
an
horizontal,
equilibrium.
which we then
It's an equilibrium.
Equilibrium.
Neither up nor down.
Yeah, back to the water.
Yeah.
It comes back to the standard of water.
Yeah,
2 points over water will be
Water
that horizontal.
set it. Yeah. Water is
Establish
the first.
start. So you get your water, you get your 2 points, then you get your horizontal, then you establish or solidify that horizontal, then you can use that horizontal to hold up against other things to see if they're horizontal.
That should be something like, don't you think, right there, like the weight of a kilogram, like something held in a secure place. Like this is how we measure horizontal, right? It's not like, what do they use? You just go into
You don't
into
measure
your factory that where
horizontal.
they make the auto levels and be
Yeah,
like,
it's
well,
not-
we think our floor is pretty level. And
Established.
shoot out like.
Yeah, no, you get like it'll. I think this is why it's a good argument too. But yeah, it all comes back to you have to have the standard, the straight line, and that straight line has to be 2 points over a an established non-gradient, right? You can't have
And
any.
that line has to be protected and secured by something so that when you create
so
this
they can't
instrument with lenses and mirrors and everything and Stadia, you can compare it to something standard, right?
No,
That's all.
dude, the standard of weights and measures do not control the horizontal. They don't have it
he's
packed
talking about,
away
like,
in a vault somewhere. It just no.
Being a little, yeah. Well, but
Is there a
I guess I
special
take it
vial
his-
of water
his
locked in a
vial.
vault somewhere, and they calibrate all
they're-
water levels to that vial of water somewhere in France?
Yeah, it's distilled. It's got to be distilled.
Yeah. But obviously, when you've got a couple of vials on the end of a tube that have a few markings on them, and you lift one a little bit higher than the other, and one vial looks a little bit fuller than the other, obviously the water isn't level. I learnt that on Jose's the other day when listening to Babs. And I'm not got a bone to pick with a person that told me to watch that fucking debate. What the fuck was I listening to, Bev?
I still don't know what. I mean, Babs came round earlier today, and I still don't know what his position is. I'm flummoxed. Not got a clue.
I am literally perplexed when you held those two vials next to each other and adjusted the heights, and you could see the water is the same level. He's telling you they're not level.
He's telling you there's more water in one side.
It's like, what the hell? Like, so over like 10 centimetres, you had a drop of about 8 inches over 10 centimetres.
How do you actually create a straight line from point to point in our reality? A straight line, not from vial to vial and look through it.
To be honest, it's very
But-
hard actually. You tend to just be able to get to 2 points, and then say these points are on a horizontal. Now, making 2 points at 6 feet, that's easy, right? Anybody can do that. Me and you get 2 6-foot sticks, could walk 50 feet, put them in the ground. But to connect them physically with a perfectly straight line, that's a very difficult task.
Yeah. Take 2 points,
not
go 100
possible.
foot, 300 foot. Try to
You
look
do
for those
that.
2 points, right?
Yeah, but you
Yeah,
do that, and you check those measurements from day to day too, Aaron, and you can see a difference of 1 mil or 2 mil or whatever from the first day that you set them up, depending on the weather conditions, fog, haze, all
Sorry.
this sorts of stuff. That
You could. No, there won't be any millimeter change because of the weather conditions in a water level.
no,
Am I
I'm
not
not
looking
talking.
from
No,
point to point, Bev?
no, I'm not talking a water level, Bev, at all. I'm talking like if you use a laser level or you're looking at some sort of optical device, you can get a slight variation. I'm not talking about a water level. A water level is always level. That won't change because of the weather conditions. It's when you're looking through an optical device or you're using a laser, for argument's sake, you can get slight variations from day to day.
Well, I don't know. I mean, have you ever used an auto level? Because I have, and I would say that if you positioned it in the middle of a water level, then if at any point it was 2 or 3 millimeters out from one level, from one side to the other, then you'd be needing to check it, the actual auto level, because you should never use it over a distance where you can't sight and look at the measurement accurately.
Can I ask you, Bev? Let's just hypothesize a little bit. We set up a tube with water in it, a vertical tube, and then a horizontal tube that runs down the earth.
It's just like one tube. All right.
Yeah, well, a vertical tube with water in it, and then the horizontal tube, and let's just say 30 miles out, you put up the other vertical tube, right? And you fill one end.
No, it's just one tube. You mean, and with both ends of it end up.
It's equalized, but how do you verify that? How can I verify that? How can anybody verify that it is from one point to the other point and a straight line? You just can't see it.
Why did you take it to the extreme of 30 miles?
It's okay. I mean, it's
let's
still
say 10
good.
miles or 5
okay,
miles.
so the water is equalized within that tube, right? The one body of water has equalized. Now, you're asking me how
do I verify
can verify that the water level
point to point
is
straight line.
is a device that establishes a horizontal plane of reference.
Point to point straight line.
Right. It is a tool that establishes a horizontal
How do we
plane
do that, though?
of
We have to look.
okay, then let's get a tube. You go and get your tube, right? And you start off at one end, and at every inch you put a point, right? And then move your water level a bit further and put another point, and then another point, and then another point. You join those point to point to point to point to point all the way up for 30 miles. Are you going to say it isn't a straight line?
It's a sequence of straight lines.
That's why the tool is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
How I would know that?
It could because it is a tool. It's 2020, right? It is 2020 now, right? How many people do you know that have personally debunked the fact that a water level does not establish a horizontal plane of reference?
What's the
How many people do you know that have falsified that a water level does not establish a horizontal plane of reference? In fact, how many people do you know that have falsified the law of hydrostatics to prove that water can hump and support itself?
Now, I was just asking you, how do I verify that? How do I
First of
know
all,
that
okay
two
then.
water levels?
First of
I just
all,
look at them. You know,
yeah,
I put up some pipes and
Aaron,
I
yes,
stand
you're
back.
gonna keep talking,
Or
do you
do I
want to
look
know?
through them? Like what are you talking about?
Have you ever heard of falsification within the scientific method?
Okay.
Have you ever heard of it? Have
Yeah,
you?
yeah.
You
And
okay then? Well,
one
there you go.
independent
What you
variable,
do is you go out and find someone that has falsified it. Don't ask me to verify it. You go out and find someone that has falsified it.
Aaron is
Aaron, you
wasting your
ask
time,
the same
bud.
I know.
question 5 times, you've rumpled every time.
Sorry,
If you
Roger.
want
Okay,
to accept
so
this
here, let
answer,
me. I kind of.
then you're just wasting time.
I kind of. Me and Aaron, sometimes. So you have 2 points, right? Like now, if you have 2 points that are 6 feet above the ground, you're saying, how do I verify that these points are both 6 feet above the ground and there's no deviation between them? Is that your question?
They're not necessarily going to be 6 feet above the ground at both ends, anyhow. Depends if there's an increase or a decrease in elevation from one side to the other.
Of the ground.
Yeah.
The ground doesn't matter.
My question
Right.
actually goes to distance,
Just
right?
the
The hand.
top of the water.
Let's say
Just
we
falsify it, Aaron.
distance
Falsify it,
doesn't matter.
please. Falsify it, Aaron. Who's
if we can
who's
establish
falsified
it
it?
over
Who
the
has
distance-
give Aaron the cause to falsify this or to ask me to verify it?
Well, I'll entertain. But the thing is, I'll entertain in the fact that if we can establish it over an inch, right, then it just becomes a matter of duplication. So in my mind, distance is not a problem because I can take a bathtub and put 2 points on either side of the bathtub and see how they're on the same level or there's no deviation. So now it's just, okay, well, we do it a bathtub. Now we can do it with any length of distance. We just have to get the water in some sort of container. So for me, distance is not a problem with establishing a straight line.
Right the hand, but my objection to that would be, how could you look through all those bathtubs? How do you do that? You have to use a lens.
You don't
some
need
sort
to
of
look through
magnifying
them.
lens,
You don't have to
your
look through
distance.
them.
Well,
You can put a water level around a corner, and that's the whole point. Since it's
No. We're
mechanical
talking about
operation,
we're talking about 3 miles of bathtubs, right? Let's say.
Yeah.
Right? Where water's level, and each bathtub.
Why don't you
is
just call that a
leveled. I
lake
get
instead
it,
of
I get
getting
it. Now,
using bathtubs?
how do you verify that?
I mean, we do have lakes.
We use the first postulate of Euclidean geometry, where it says that a straight line may be drawn from any one point to any other. So you just say water level. There is one point at one end, another point at the other, and Euclidean geometry states that is a straight line between it. Now, you can falsify it whenever you want, Aaron.
Great
Up to you.
postulate.
Go.
I get that.
Yeah.
No, well, so Aaron, I would say that at the end of the day, right? Like, we're gonna come because you're saying how? Show me why, right? And I get it. I'm with you. And at the end of the day, Bev is kind of right in that when you get to this, you have the water, you have the horizontal, you have the points, you have the 6 feet above the ground. You're coming to a logical conclusion that either this line is going to follow or it's going to curve under, right? So it is kind
How
of.
do you? There's no line right there.
No,
There is
the
no physical
imaginary line we're connecting these 2 points.
No, you didn't pull out a string over all your bathtubs.
Well, you could put a string over the water, right? But then you would say, how would you tell that string is straight? Because the water is the standard. You know what I mean? So even if you had this straight string over the water, you could be like, well, how do you know that string is straight? Well, because it's compared to the water. So to verify any of these things, I would say you'd have to use the water.
I threw out the string only because that's ridiculous, right? You'd never pull a string that far. But we would always use an optical device to try to verify from point to
water
point.
level isn't
water level's not
optical.
You'd have to.
That's
you
the
can't
point.
use your eye. So
You don't need to use your eye within a water level.
You're right. right, dude.
What the hell's up with you?
I get it. Water's level. I get it.
No, but the water level's a
But-
mechanical device. There's no opticals in it. You could if you can mark it with braille, right? And a blind
Like
person
you
can
said,
put
right
their
hand, you
hand
just
along
back
the
up
bottom.
6 feet away, and you're like, "Yep, that's level." There you go.
No. That's
Right?
where you're.
So the whole Earth is
That's
level.
not what you do.
It doesn't understand.
You actually the physical water level. It's a mechanical operation that can be touched. It doesn't have to be looked at, right? You can physically touch the water level, and you could instead of putting marks that you look at, you could put marks that you feel. And when the water is at a certain point, you can feel this because water's wet, and then you can mark these notches. So this is a physical operation. It's not an optical visual thing. It's a
you see my
physical
screen?
measurement with this device.
From point to point, right? It's always sight. Right? You know, that's how
Aaron,
you
you
go
see my
from point to
screen?
point. It's always sight. It's not feel.
not
I
a water
feel
level.
you, right hand. I feel you. But it's not. It's always
not a water
especially if
level.
we're trying to
You
look
can
at
take your
something
hand
straight.
across the table. Is moving your hand across the table not going point to point physically?
Okay. Make
This
that
is not a
table
water level.
10 miles long, and tell
Make
me
that
if you
table
can
out of
feel
water.
any difference in let's say it curves up or curves down or just
Well, the
very
water
slight
water
shift.
can't curve up or down. That's the beauty of it. That's what that's
Well,
you're
that's
asking
not
for the
their
standard.
argument.
It comes to the water.
Water does curve in their argument.
No, well, I mean, but not in reality.
Not in reality.
Because in reality, when we
playing-
establish
are you
long
playing
stretches
baller
of
here?
straight, we use water.
Exactly, because
Right? There's this stuff, it's called self-leveler, right? It's a powder you mix and you put it on the ground and it creates a flat surface when you have unevens. Like, come on.
and yeah,
So if
there was
you
a good
had
argument.
something shaped, if there was something shaped like a ball and you wanted to make it flat, you would fill it, you would take that ball, you'd put it in a container and fill it with this stuff.
Yeah,
and
it's
it would
called
make
a lake.
flat.
It's called a
Yeah.
lake.
Exactly. Like, let's say a 20-mile lake, right? There was a very good argument that said, look, if there was a hump in the lake, then all that water on the sides of the lake, not the center, right, would have to be supporting that fucking water bulge, right? And
Have-
yeah, I'm not buying
Have
it.
you ever used the water level before, like the tool?
Who, me?
You, yeah.
No, not at all. Well, I mean, just
Shut up.
what it's just. I mean, it doesn't mean I don't know exactly how it works. Like water's level.
Well, the way you're talking, you don't know how it works. You know, you can use like the tool, the water level. You can go around a whole house and make marks according to the water level.
Wow,
Huh?
a whole house. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Aaron, you can go somewhere else and do all that, man.
You guys
Yeah.
listen to me for a
Ridiculous.
second?
Like you're just trying to argue.
I'm just trying to bring up the point that look, Bev is saying, water is level, or we're all saying, right? Water is level. However, when you go to distance, that's where the argument fails. Just like
It
Brandon
doesn't
said,
fail
like-
at
The
all.
argument fails.
It doesn't
He's like,
fail.
I just can't talk to these people because
You can't talk
they
to
bring
these
up
people.
curvature,
Who are these
and
people?
We can't verify the water level at distance.
Who can't
That's
verify
very
it? What are you
true.
talking
You've never
about?
even used one.
2
What
seconds,
kind of
please.
distance would you like to
think
verify
I've
it
never
at?
put my toes in the ocean to verify a water level?
That's not a water level, the tool.
Good God.
You think the ocean's not a water level?
Jeez, you're
No,
worse
it's
than
not
the
a fucking
ballers,
tool.
Aaron.
The ocean is not a
Have a
fucking tool,
clarification.
dude.
We're talking about water used as a level versus what? A spirit level? With like an alcohol bubble in it? Is that what we're talking
No,
about?
a water level, the tool, that's a water level.
You're talking about the spirit level. Otherwise,
No,
it's the spirit
no.
level. for
Otherwise, we
actual-
would have said a spirit level. See how that works, Lemon?
Is this a water level?
See, it's got a bubble in it. It's
No, it doesn't have a bubble in it, Lemon. That's called
No
a spirit
bubbles.
level.
Water level, you
So,
don't
okay,
want
so there's
bubbles
a
in
water
it.
level that's different than a spirit level, right?
Yes.
Look at the screen.
Okay. Well, I guess we're talking about something else.
Yes.
Why don't you go research what it is?
All this time, y'all don't know what a water level is?
They don't
Right?
know.
No,
Rocky,
That's the
how
thing.
do you?
They're
Let's say
arguing
you
about
have,
what they don't even know what it is.
Rocky, let's just say you have two water tubes sticking up, and you fill them with water, colored water, and you
It's
look
one
through
tube.
them. Okay.
It's one tube, dude.
One tube? A water level?
Yeah,
A
one
water
tube.
level, the tool is one tube.
What is it reference?
Level.
Level.
How do you know
Seriously.
that? How do you
Because
know
we've
that?
used one. I've personally bought one, used it practically to build something with.
Okay.
It's
It's
a level.
one vertical tube. It's only one vertical tube. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's
It is-
one tube. Oh my fucking
Yeah.
god.
Okay. So I was asking Rakia, let's say you set up a water level, one vertical tube, and 10 feet away you put another one, you fill it with colored water, and what do you have to do to look at the level? What do you have to do? I just gave it away. You have to look through it. Right, Rakia?
Oh, you're
You
so
have to
sneaky.
see it.
No.
You have to look at what you're using. Wow.
Look at
No, you
and-
don't.
Not look
I
down
didn't.
it.
You
but you have-
don't? You can just...
No, you can use it. You set one side where you.
So Ray Charles is built like a bunch
Doesn't
of...
know what it
He's
is.
doing a nice little
that's why,
semantic switch.
That's why I
there,
didn't fall
Marley.
for it. Yeah, you got to look at it. Of course, you got to look at it. Try
I'll say it
using the
again,
fucking
Aaron.
Now,
saw
what
without looking.
instrument are you going to use to verify the standard that's level?
That is the standard. Have you not been listening, dude?
You want to just argue with somebody? I got an ex-girlfriend.
At
Give you a
6
number up.
feet, that's the standard.
I got an ex-wife.
6 feet.
We're more than happy to spend time with you.
6 feet is this. I mean, you guys are sounding worse.
Yeah,
than
bro, water's the
Eratosthenes
standard,
and
dude.
All these people, right?
Water's the
You're saying that
standard.
6 feet is the standard of level.
What are you talking? Who said 6
Who
feet?
said that?
I never heard anybody say 6 feet.
This is super troll mode. He's gone into absolute bullshit mode now.
He must have been talking
This is
about
Just
it.
making shit up now.
You're better than
Stabs
this.
2.0
You're better than
right
this,
here.
Aaron.
Yeah.
How far do you
third.
want to go with your one tube with two verticals? Come
How
on.
far do you want to troll the untrollable?
Why do you keep saying
Then,
two
Rocky, let's have a
verticals?
conversation.
Why
Let's
do you
have a
keep
conversation
saying
about
two verticals on a water level? It's
Because
just a
it's
tube, dude.
At least two verticals.
It's
It has to,
just a
otherwise-
tube.
with
Rob,
two,
you
the
hear me?
both ends, rising up,
Aaron.
kind of vertical, right?
Please, can you hear me?
Talking about a plumbing pipe? What are you talking about?
Why don't you go look into it and come back and then have the conversation? Then maybe you won't look so ignorant.
All I want to ask is, what is the distance that I need to build a water level? I've seen all Bev's presentations on Clear's channel and everything. Okay? I get it, right? Now,
Well, you've watched it all.
He's doing this. He's doing this on a
Thanks.
close distance. I get it. It should
you thumbs up?
transfer to a large distance. I get it. Now,
Can you
how
hear me
do-
now?
Let's say, let's say I go out 500 feet from end to end instead of a whiteboard, like Bev is showing, which should translate. I guarantee it translates. But how do I verify that that's actually level and compared to what? What is the standard? Now,
It is the tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Can you falsify it?
you're gonna get some
Can,
pushback.
what distance can you falsify it, Aaron?
Is he going to get
What
any
distance?
intelligent pushback? That's
No,
the
no.
question.
I want to know, like, Aaron, what distance can they falsify this water level being horizontal? At
I
what?
would say 1 mile is what they are going to do.
What they
Who's they?
they say that they will be able to falsify a water level being a device for establishing a horizontal plane of reference over 1 mile. Now, who's told you that, Aaron?
They have.
Who's they?
The ballers.
Who are they? Which ballers have told you that they can do it? And why have you believed the
I know you
ballers?
can't look over 1 mile. I
Which
already know,
ballers,
right? You can't
Aaron?
look over 1
Aaron,
mile reliably
which
and consistently.
ballers, Aaron?
Yeah.
Which ballers? have told you that they can falsify a water level being a device that establishes a
say
horizontal plane of reference
Corey
over
and
1
Randy
mile.
and but you want names? I mean, why
Yes.
do you want names?
Yes.
Why?
Well, because you are citing these people in an argument to say that
citing.
they
I said
can.
they
You
as
are.
a
You are using that what they have told you, and you are bringing that argument to us and telling us that we have to prove it.
No.
No?
I never said that.
Oh.
I asked you, what is the standard for verification?
A water,
That's
a
straight
water
line
level.
between 2 points,
You've been told many
especially at
times
distance.
a water level
distance.
is the standard. So
How are you going to see your end? Let's say you have a
you
certain
don't.
part of your
You will
water
tell
level,
you
right?
again,
How
Aaron.
are you gonna
We
see
could
the
tell
end
you
of it
again.
if it's
You do not
away, right?
need a sight line. I'm going to get you the thing, right? You look at this, right? In here now, right? In the general chat. Can you read that for me, please? Right now, you are not. I didn't write this. You can go and look for it yourself in Wiki, right?
It hasn't come up yet.
In the general chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
okay.
in there.
Gotcha.
Okay, read it, please. Can you read it out loud?
Water level, Greek, all the Greek there. Any device utilizing surface of liquid water to establish a horizontal plane of reference, used to determine the apparent inclination of an object or surface for the matching elevations of locations that are too far apart for a spirit level to span. The simplest water level is a section of clear tubing partially filled with water. Water is easily procured for use and easily discarded after that. The ends are something vertical and the rest of the tube lines on the ground or the floor. The water level at each end of the tube will be the same elevation whether the two ends are adjacent or far apart. Water something has been used for many years. Water level is low tech and the laser level. The water level is lower tech than the laser level, but it will be more accurate over long distances and only works without a sight line.
They contradicted them.
Such as around corners. To avoid error, all of the water should be at the same temperature. Other sources of error include difficulty reading due to
meniscus. Right, so there's no problem. It doesn't say there's a problem with a length and it can be falsified over a certain length. No mention of that.
They contradicted themselves and that don't.
You're roboting really bad. You're roboting really bad.
Because they said it's the same height above a certain elevation, and they said it was a horizontal line, but to them the elevation is curving. So how can it be a horizontal line?
No. What are you saying, Jeremy? To them? Who's them?
Didn't say horizontal. I'm gonna go look at it.
Jeremy, who's them?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Who's them?
They contradicted themselves.
No, they haven't.
Themselves in that wiki article.
No.
Listen, they said that the water level will make a straight horizontal line.
Yes.
They also said in the next sentence that the water level will be the same elevation. But if you're on a globe, the same elevation would not make a horizontal line.
Okay, Jeremy. So what would that say to you?
You feel me?
What would that say to you, Jeremy?
No, I'm just pointing out where they contradicted themselves.
No, Jeremy, they haven't contradicted themselves.
Welcome to Flatwater.
How can you make? Listen,
Because elevation is measured as a change in vertical. Can you not hear me?
A
I
horizontal
hear
plane
you.
of reference established over elevation, right? So we need the definition for elevation, apparently.
It's
It's
listen.
a
I will say it
height
again.
above mean sea level.
Can nobody hear me?
Yeah.
Right.
We can.
A horizontal, like elevation, is a change in vertical distance, vertical height. So any change in vertical height is a change in elevation. So what they're saying here is there is zero change in vertical height. That's what elevation means, Jeremy. It doesn't mean curve. It never has. You have just been talking to people at a certain server, and they have convinced you that elevation is a curve. It is not.
In the globe model, listen, in the globe model, 1 foot elevation is curving around the globe. So you can't have a straight line from 1 foot elevation to another foot elevation and have it be horizontal.
No.
It doesn't match up.
Right, so what that says is your model is bunk.
I'm not arguing for them. I'm just telling them they contradicted themselves in their own.
No. How could they contradict themselves?
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Whiteboard. I'm gonna.
Bro, Jeremy's a baller, I think. I swear.
He's been over at Gems for far too long. I'm telling you.
Yeah, he's got the bug in his ear.
We're just trying to bring up exactly the arguments at the water level, which is perfect.
It's stupid. It cannot happen. It is provably false.
So let me set up a water level test, right? So I'm gonna set one up just the way you described it on your channel or Cleary's channel where I saw you, right, many times. And I'm gonna set one up, and I'm gonna string it out over 1 mile. Now, how am I? So, and then everything equalizes. It's an equilibrium. I get it. Fine. Doesn't matter elevation, hills, and going through the valleys, all that shit, right? Everything's fine. Now, I'm gonna stand behind 1 point of the water level, and try to sight through to the other.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Well, because I want to establish a horizontal.
Didn't it say in that thing that you just read that it works without a sight line?
Well, I want to establish a horizontal plane.
But why?
He wants to just verify it for himself.
Why do you want to see it? It says you don't need to look at it. You don't need a sight line. So why do you want to establish one? Like, because the major benefit of a water level, you've obviously never used it, but when you do use it on site, there might be a building in the way. So you don't need a sight line, right? That is the benefit of a water level, right? Now, if you do not need a sight line, why do you need a sight line?
Because of distance. Now, the article you just posted was talking about going around a corner, right? Where you maybe can't get a mechanical level, kind of like that, right? So you use a water level just around a corner. That's it, like of a house. Or
you could go round 100 corners.
It's about moving out the distance and saying that, look, I get it. I don't have to sight through it to go to both ends and be like, yep, they're both level. I get it. They're both fucking level. I get it. However,
you guys hear me?
Is
that sounds
that
bad.
Horizontal to the ground I'm standing on?
Okay, check my picture, and this is why they contradicted themselves. Can you see that green line in there? That's the Earth curve that the model they say they live on. Now you've got your stick. It's at 1 foot elevation at the top.
We don't live on a model.
Yeah, that's not elevation,
No, but listen,
Jeremy.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, Jeremy, listen, Jeremy. What Aaron read and what Bev posted does not include the shit you're trying to bring in right now. It doesn't include it. You're bringing shit in that does not exist in the citation that Bev brought up and Aaron read. So why are you bringing it up?
Bro, because he's at Gems. He's in like argument mode.
Yeah.
They always argue at Gems.
Stop. Go away.
Trying to
No,
conflate
they did
level
not
is
contradict
curved instead of
themselves.
level is horizontal.
If you would let me. If
Why?
You would let me
No, we're not going to let you. No, we're not going to let
fuck
you.
are you,
Sorry.
bro? Well, so I can't talk in here?
You can't talk shite.
No, you can't talk
I'm
shit.
not talking
No.
shit. I'm telling you how they contradicted themselves, and it's
Okay,
obvious.
go away.
They didn't
Bro, we don't
contradict
care about
themselves,
the
Jeremy.
baller arguments.
No, but that's what the point here is, Jeremy. Jeremy, you're trying to say that Wiki and the description of a water level, that they contradicted themselves. No, they didn't. The ballers have told you that elevation is a curve. It isn't. It's the ballers that are contradicting themselves, not that article.
Got it, Jeremy.
I'm just saying, unless a flat earther wrote that article, they
No,
contradicted
he
themselves.
does not get it. He did not get any of that. He did not get any of that.
No, we've had the same thing with Babs, with the same thing with Jeremy, the same thing with Jeremy. You've got the ball model in your head.
I'm just saying, the person that wrote that article was a flat earther then.
Just realist, Jeremy. Just a
That goes
realist.
against everything the globe says.
Yes.
It's got nothing to do with a flat earther or a globe earther, what the definition is, Jeremy. Got nothing. Water level is horizontal. End of period. End of story.
I'm not denying that. I'm just saying, if that... Whatever. All right, guys.
Quit making their arguments for them.
I'm not making their argument. I'm just saying, if whoever wrote that, it's in direct contradiction of the globe. That's all.
Do you think Wiki? Do you think Wiki'd allow it there? Right, if it wasn't either truthful or, let's say, supportive of reality or their model, one or the other. It'd have to be one or the other. It wouldn't be a false flat Earth thing on Wiki, would it?
Or is the globe a direct conflict with what we see, what we feel, what we can measure? Reality.
Yeah, the globe's in direct contradiction of that, what Aaron just read just now.
Right, that's what we've been doing for a year, Jeremy, trying to explain to people that a water level is horizontal, right? That's it. That is the tool for establishing a horizontal.
There's no reason to bring in anything else. If you're going to try and present, well, water levels are curved. No, it's not a contradiction. It's just a non-existence.
Well, we're at the hand. This is overtime, right? It's
contradictory to
overtime,
the
right?
globe,
So you guys know the Globers' arguments, right? And so the more that we present straight and flat and level and just perfect point to point, the more we get I think they make up arguments, right? To disprove.
You're doing it right now, Aaron.
No. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, the ball gets manifested when you make the argument for it.
Here's the thing. I would love to take.
Just because it's overtime, Aaron, doesn't mean we want to waste time.
Okay, I would love to take Bev's water level and extend it over distance.
Do it then. £18.71 it costs him,
and then
that's 100 meters.
and
You
create
could
a horizontal, right?
beat
I would
me.
create a horizontal,
You could
right?
beat me to the longest water level, Aaron.
I could create a horizontal, right? From point to point, could I create a horizontal?
That's a rhetorical question, isn't it? You don't want anyone to answer that. Come on.
Do you think you could? Do you think you could, Aaron?
They would try to measure.
Aaron, do you think you could establish a horizontal?
Me,
Yes.
myself, or
Yeah.
with the water level? Or
Yeah, just you. You, yourself. Could you establish a horizontal?
It's no.
Okay.
It's very hard to say.
Right, so you've got no idea then. I don't even know what you're doing in the argument, right?
What I mean, I said it's very hard to say if I could do it.
Right, well, why are you arguing about it then?
Let me ask Aaron a question. Aaron, are you asking that if you create this water level that's a mile long, are you asking us how would you connect those 2 points?
Yes, kind of, right? Not connect, but logically there should be 2 points, right? Surface.
There
to
are.
Surface.
They are connected.
There are.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
they
okay,
are.
okay. Now, what I'm kind of getting at is the ballers are going to say that the ground is falling away underneath that 1 mile away by
It
8
has
inches
nothing.
or some shit.
The water doesn't care what the ground's doing.
Okay, hold on. Now this is where I'll come in just real quick because, what I was only able to listen the other day, Bev, when you were talking with Babs. So, were you talking through? Okay, let me just say this. Let's say I was trying to do this. I listened to you, and I was going to try to set up my own water level.
Mm-hmm.
If I elevated one of those points, that water level on the other side would adjust because of pressure, correct?
Yeah, I'd say that. It would find an equilibrium pressure.
Correct. Okay. And would that equilibrium keep those 2 water levels at the same spot?
Once equaled out, yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'm there. All right.
Yeah, I get it. I agree.
Actually, the pressure thing is the most interesting.
All I was trying to say is Bev's little 6 foot or whiteboard demonstration can be scaled out, but I'm trying to imagine it, right? Scale it out.
So when you're digging a trench, Aaron, and you told me the other day that you know that you can dig a trench with a 2 degree gradient without even thinking about it. What's that a 2 degree gradient to?
It's 2% mostly.
Yeah, but to what? To what? Is it 2% to a 45 degree angle?
It's 2% from the initial point of inflow, right?
Yeah, 2% of what?
Yeah, from horizontal.
That's right.
Yeah, that sounds right.
That's right. Exactly. And you say, and you go, you know, just off the top of your head, right? Pretty much when you've got those 2 markings, those 2 bearings in place, that you're digging at 2%. Your gut tells you.
The longest, let's say, running water or sewer trench, sanitary sewer trench I've ever dug was about a 1/4 mile. That's it.
There you go.
Mile. That's it.
1/4 mile. Well, that's a fair old distance.
Yeah, and was that at 2 degrees or whatever, 2%?
Hey, much love, guys. I gotta go, but I'll try and be back in a little bit.
Cool.
Later.
Okay, so if it wasn't at 2% and it was at 0%, what would happen?
Well, if the Earth was flat, think about a city, right?
No,
Where you start,
in reality, when you were digging a trench and you dug it at 0, in reality...
Think about how deep those pipes would have to be, which they do end up deep, Bansar, you're right. They do end up pretty deep.
Right, so at 0, in reality, what would happen to the water, Aaron?
Well, it flows, of course.
At 0?
Over a 1/4 mile.
No, at 0. No, Aaron, at 0, not at 2%.
Sorry, what?
There's no grade.
Whoa.
It's 0.
Oh, at the starting point, you mean?
No, the whole thing. He just took away your grade. He just took away your grade. There's no percent. There's no drop. It's all 0 from one point to the next. It's 0. What would the
How
water
would that
do?
be? How would that be, Travis?
Because you've dug it.
What do you mean, how would that be? That's a baller tactic, Aaron. Come on. Answer the question.
I don't actually lay the pipes. That's bandsaw. I just dig the trench for them, and
You can't dig a trench with 0 grade. You're telling me you can't dig a 0. What can you dig a 0 grade trench? That's 100 feet long.
I could.
How would you make sure that it was? How would you make sure it was 0 grade?
Laser levels. We do it all the time, right? Just flat level.
Could you use a water level?
Yeah.
Could you use how water flows?
Yeah.
There you go. So dig a big trench, right? Kind of eyeball it, and then what we'll do at the end, we'll use the water level, and if the water flows, then we'll see which way, and we know you got the trench wrong. If it doesn't flow, we know you got it on 0 grade. See? That's how we do it.
Why are you arguing this? You actually know it. Why the hell are you arguing it?
Actually, when I dig
take it
most
up.
of my trenches, right, there's always like a big puddle of water right where I'm starting, and that's why it's called they want to relieve that pressure or whatever. And so I'll dig and just watch the water flow. So I don't even have to use a laser or a 2% thing. I'll just watch the water flow as long as I'm digging, and it keeps flowing.
So you use the water then?
Well, there you go.
Nice. I like it.
Yeah, I'm not a baller, guys. Just bringing up.
He's trying to find holes. I
Can
hear
I
you.
hear that
But
electric,
okay,
or is
sometimes
that
you're
everybody else? Can everyone else hear that? Is it bandsaw?
Why do you use the water?
Level or sloping, right?
But how do you know it's level? Just by using the water.
Because the water stops.
Because it stops at that level? Or it's level?
I don't know what that means. I'm just saying.
Well, I don't know.
Stop.
I'm asking you. So when it stops,
Maybe I wasn't cutting
stops
hard
to see
enough,
if
right?
it's level?
I need to cut a little bit deeper and watch the water
Ah.
flow. Right? Just watch it work towards me, right, as I'm digging the trench.
Can everyone else hear that electric interference, or is it just me?
Yes,
Yeah, I
I
got
can
a
hear
buzz.
it.
Man, that's bad. I'm gonna
Is
have
that
to
me,
go in
Bev?
a minute. Yeah.
Is it me, Bev?
I think so.
Hot micing. I don't know.
It's like
Tell me
really
if it
bad
does.
electric.
Sounds like 2 wires are touching
Yeah.
or something, or a bad plug-in or something. There, that's better. Or sounds like.
Sorry, guys.
It's okay. Just don't let it happen again.
Thought I was
Kiss your
going
ear
mad.
I did have a quick question for you guys. Since I'm kind of newer to the
You
whole
could have told me
thing.
half an hour ago.
Nah, we wanted to let it go on for a bit.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. I think it might help with Aaron's thing too. When I talk against ballers, I like to personally have verified everything I used to go against them with. And so I'm curious, what's the longest water level that's ever existed?
Depends what you'd call a water level, right?
Good question. No, it doesn't depend. I just read it. What a water level is. Right?
The Pacific Ocean, does that count?
The longest canal that doesn't have locks.
What's the longest in existence thing where they have taken 2 ends of a water level and verified that, okay, this end matches that end. It's perfectly 100% level.
Isn't it Bev? Did Bev make that longest?
Yeah, I've got 100 meters, but I mean
100 meters is longest. That's cool.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
the
just
longest
wondering-
I've done at the minute. But I mean,
Nice. That's the longest I know. I tried looking it up.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
It didn't say anything. So yeah, you probably do have the record.
The
So I'm just
creator
wondering.
has the record.
So I'm just wondering then. So how do you? I mean, it makes sense logically, right? That okay, if it's over 100 meters, then that would be the same thing would apply over 1,000, over 1,000,000, whatever. It should be the exact same.
It's
But is it
scalable,
possible-
right?
You would think, but
Yeah.
has it ever been personally verified over long distances? Like
It's never been
hundreds of
falsified.
miles, that must be the way it is, or is
It's
it just
never
something
been
people
falsified.
go? Well, since it worked on the shorter range, it must work on the longer range. Or has anyone actually personally verified it?
Nobody's
Yeah, I would-
falsified it. Right, so it's been proved that it is, right? And it has never been falsified. It's sort of like, like geometry that ends up with being Euclidean geometry. It's there because it's a book of proofs that have never been falsified. Well, a water level establishing a horizontal is sort of part of that geometry, because the relationship between the horizontal and the vertical is a right angle at 90 degrees. Now, that is the basis of all of the geometry that we do. At least all of the geometry that gets used for predicting angles and distances within the surveying, right, is all based around that relationship between the horizontal and the vertical being a right angle. Yeah.
Well, what I'm thinking is, I guess personally, maybe I'm just missing it or something, but I'm thinking, so yeah, obviously since 100 meters is probably the longest one, we have personally verified it up to that point.
Because I've got one here, right? See, in the general chat there. Now, it's been taken out of dictionaries. This is an old dictionary. Anybody, if you ever find an old dictionary in any of your grandma's house or whatever, look at level and see what it says. Because that one there says a horizontal line or plane, a section of canal from one lock to another. Now, that's been taken out of the dictionary. So,
well, yeah, that's all fine and good. I just don't believe what other people tell me. I actually verify things for myself.
Yeah.
I don't just take people's word. That's why I'm a flat earther.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, has anybody ever actually verified for themselves something longer than the one that you've come up with, where they actually looked at both sides and said, okay, I can see that obviously it is this way? Or did you just go, well, since we know water's flat, it must be that this is what's happening?
I sort of take that as a canal, right, is a body of water. Like in where it says that water level, right, is any device that uses the surface of liquid water to establish a horizontal plane of reference. Right now, like that says, a canal from one lock to the other is just one body of water. It's just a big thing, right? So is there a hump in the middle, or is that establishing a horizontal plane? And would you call that a water level? I would. So I'd say my personal 100 meter one is, I'd say, doesn't really matter, does it? Because like the canal near me, 27 miles from one lock to the other, it comes up at Liverpool at one elevation and then goes all the way 27 miles. And it's the same elevation. It's not changed. Now, you can think that's a horizontal plane. I would, because I know that water can't hump. But like Jeremy said, the ballers have said that that is curve. So to the ballers, that is a curve. Now,
exactly. So
how do you decide one or the other? Well, I just say it can't hump.
Yeah, see, I don't just do that. I go, I have to actually verify for myself. I don't just take people's words. Like, I got to figure that out for myself.
Yeah.
All right. So
how would you do that?
The only way I can think of is something along the lines of possibly like we were talking about earlier, how you have to build an even longer water level, something that's, even miles long or something, and get some device or some string or something that can be strung between the two and take a camera between the whole thing so that you can see that it is perfectly level the whole way. Something like that,
A standard.
Yeah, just some type of standard the whole way.
Water is the standard.
Right, because you say so, but like I said, I don't just take that as...
Well, but you have to understand...
No, not because I say so. It will be whether I'm talking or not.
I think that you have to understand, or I'm not trying to school you. What we need to understand is that they have shit. I lost the word now. They have created an unfalsifiable system with their identification of what level is with regard to the center of the earth. Right? It's the same elevation. So even if you establish, because this is nothing, what Bev's doing is fantastic, but it's nothing different. It's nothing different than dropping 2 plumb bombs. It's the same thing.
What?
You got 2 verticals.
3 feet apart, Travis? 2
Hold
plumb bombs,
on.
3 feet apart. I mean, come on.
Hold on. I'm just trying to talk to the guy who's in, right. So they're both vertical. They're both 90 degrees. Now, if you drop 2 plumbs at a mile apart and they're both vertical, there's nothing to give you any indication that they have a degree of change between them. They're
How
both
do you know
parallel.
they're vertical? What is your standard to make sure those plums are vertical?
Anyway, I can't. You're breaking up. I don't know if it's me or not, but anyway, my point was that they have created a philosophical argument that is unfalsifiable because both systems demonstrate the same physical phenomenon.
Hey, Ben, while you're there,
Yeah, man.
oh, draw your reciprocal shots like you did the other day with me on a curved surface now.
Real quick to finish my thing out, wouldn't what I suggested actually prove them wrong? You said it's unfalsifiable, that it could actually be on a curve, that type of thing would be unfalsifiable. But if you did the exact experiment I said, where you actually did have a line between the 2 points, and you could show the whole way that the line was exactly straight instead of curving, then it would falsify the curved Earth, right?
Yeah, once you get a mile out, though.
Band's how you break.
Wow.
You know.
You're roboting again.
Breaking up.
With your water level, how you gonna check to make sure you got a horizontal line?
Is Jeremy not band's
between the two?
Jeremy, you're breaking up bad.
You're robot. I couldn't hear anything you said, man. But does anybody think that would falsify their globe Earth if I were able to do that?
Exactly. Why not? Why not?
Does anybody see anything wrong with it?
Do the measurement, verify it, confirm it, point to point. Take elevations, because they claim elevation. Take elevation, say, yep, no elevation change. Wow.
Exactly.
Here we go. It's all flat.
Seems pretty simple.
Can you
Is that
see
a
that?
water level, Bev?
Is your mic working, Bev?
Yeah. Can you hear?
Oh, there we go. Yep.
Yeah. Right. Can you see that?
Yep.
Right. We're gonna play. Water level. Right. Let's say these are 100 meters in between. It may not be exact, but you know, we're not playing exact here, are we? So this is 100 meters water level.
I think we should play exact. But go ahead, Bev. Sorry.
You think we should play exact? You think
Yes.
you want me to measure all of this
At
out to
all
make sure that
times,
they're
at
all
all times.
it's all scale?
At all
Do you want me?
times, we should be the most exact.
Okay. Well, okay. Just imagine that these are all 100 meters in between. Can you do that?
Yep.
There, now it's exact.
I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it for sake of your.
Okay. Now, because we're going to start off, we've got a water level, and we're going to start off at this side here. Now, this is the first section, 100 meters. Now, I'm going to say I'll fill it up because we've blanked it off, and then this bit here to here, right, that would be level. Would you agree?
I think it'll be inaccurate because it's 100 meters.
You would think a water level would be inaccurate because it's over 100 meters.
A water level of any length is inaccurate. If it's very small.
Inaccurate to what? Who's this we're talking to here? Who is this?
Through it.
Oh, right.
I was on the other day with
Sweet.
Ranty.
Yeah. Go on.
What you doing?
Hang on. Talking. What are you doing?
You know, I'll leave you to what you're doing.
Okay. All right. Okay. So your local down at the station number 1 is different to the down at station number 2. If it's only 100 meters, it'll be a tiny difference, but it's not an accurate water level.
Okay, so you're not having this as establishing a horizontal across there.
No.
No. Okay.
That's inaccurate.
Oh, this one here then.
Same problem.
Same problem. Is this curve all right for you? Do you like that?
Yeah.
That's okay.
fine with
So
that.
the first 100 meters,
Sorry, on the bottom. On the bottom, are we assuming a flat Earth? Is the one on the bottom a flat Earth?
Well, I consider this reality because the
Okay.
water level here and here. That's how a water level works to me.
Okay. If the bottom is flat Earth, then that's accurate.
No.
On the top one, which is curved, it's not accurate.
That's not accurate.
Correct.
Okay, so how should this curve go?
The water level won't be accurate because it's curved.
Right, but
If
how
you
would
make
the water level look accurate? Is that okay?
If you sight between station number 1 and the first end of the tube and the second end of the tube,
If
it
we
will
put
not be perfectly.
like the auto level, if we put the auto level up in between
The
them
auto
two-
level's accurate.
What?
Can we use the top? The top is on a curve, right? The top half of your diagram is on a curve, right?
Yeah.
Yep. So an auto level at station number 1 will be accurate.
What, an
But if
auto
you were to
level here?
sight- Yep. That will draw an accurate level.
So if we put an auto level there,
Yep.
that will establish an accurate
Level, yes.
level being what? Where would this level bit go?
Well, it starts parallel to the surface that it's on and then extends out.
It starts parallel.
Yeah, it's parallel to your local down. Well, it's perpendicular to down, but it starts parallel. Your plane, your level plane is parallel to the surface at that point.
Okay, so that
So
would...
draw a tangent. Draw a tangent a little bit off the circle.
You want me to draw a tangent?
Yeah, a little bit off the circle.
A tangent off the circle, you say?
Yeah. Come on.
A
Draw what
tangent.
level
Okay. A tangent not touching the circle.
Right. You know what I'm trying to say, right?
You want me to draw a straight line?
A straight line that at that point is parallel to the surface. At that single point.
Horizontal, right?
Well, yes.
Level.
Do you want me to draw it?
Level. Right. This is a water level. This is the point we're getting to, right? The level goes from here to here.
No, this is a curved surface.
Right. Yeah.
This is a curved surface. So at where your auto level is, draw a line that is level at that point.
Like that.
No.
Yeah, that's level.
No, it's not level at
It
the
is.
auto level.
Yeah, that's
No,
what
it's
level
not.
is. That's a
No.
level. Look.
You're on a curved surface. No, that's level in your freaking lounge room wherever you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about a curved surface.
I don't think Rubik
No,
understands that the
Rubik,
water doesn't
this
care
is
what
reality.
the ground's doing beneath it.
We live in reality right here. This is a water level, and it is parallel with this one here.
No, at a local
What do you mean,
point.
no?
Yes. Draw a line parallel to the surface. Yeah, that curve you've drawn is the surface of the Earth, right?
No.
What is it? A hill? Is that a hill?
Yeah, let's call it a hill.
Okay, so it's nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth.
What do you mean when you say curvature of the Earth? What do you mean?
Well, is that curve meant to represent the curve of the Earth, or is it a hill that has elevation?
When you say curvature of the Earth, please define it, please.
That black line, is that meant to represent
No, that
the
black
globe?
line's a part of a circle. Do you not see me? I got this out.
Yeah, but is it meant to
I got this
represent
compass
the
out
Earth?
and drew a part of a circle. We call
I
it an arc.
understand. Is it meant to represent the globe Earth?
It was just meant to represent something for you to understand that the water level won't rise up. But you
It
still
will if
wanted
that's
me to
meant to
draw a
represent.
line that was up there, and you wanted me to call it level.
Because that's what level is on the globe.
On which globe?
The globe that we live on.
Like this one? Like this one?
Yes.
This is a model.
Oh,
A little
come on,
tiny
Bev.
model.
Don't fuck around,
Do you think you live on this?
Bev, Is that black line meant to represent a globe or not? Yes or no? Very simple question.
It's a black line. It was part of a circle. I've just explained that to you. Do you think you live on this black line?
The globe. Is it meant to represent the globe?
No,
No,
this.
then what is it?
This is a globe, right? A model. This black line here doesn't represent a model.
What does that black line represent? In reality,
a black line, part of a circle. Did you see me do it?
Yeah. Then you've talked about a water level. That's not a water level. That's red drawing. Stop fucking around, Bev.
This is a water level here.
Yeah. In reality.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's look at your water level in reality. I would say that it's inaccurate between one side and the other by a minuscule amount.
Why?
Like a meter apart. Because there's curvature of the Earth.
Right. So which one's higher than the other?
No, they're each at their own level.
They're each at their own level, or they're both at the same level?
Yeah, because the level is relative to where you are. As soon as you move, you have a different down.
Look, I'm moving right now, and this water level is unaffected by my movement.
Yeah, but if you go and stand on the left, that down direction will be ever so slightly different to when you're standing on the right. They won't be parallel.
How do you confirm this, Ruhif? How did you confirm that?
So if I'm stood here, that's down. But if I come over here, then that one goes down.
Down is relative.
Yeah, to where I am.
Relative to what, Ruhif? Come on. I mean, you're just
where you
speaking
are.
words, right? You're
Relative
saying,
to
He asked
me.
you how to confirm
saying,
it, and he says,
it
because
has to
you're on a
match
globe.
my curve.
It's good.
That's all you're
Yeah,
saying,
yeah.
Ruhif. I mean,
Ruhif.
show some examples.
Classic. They assume the globe for everything.
Oh,
Earth is a globe.
No, please.
We live on a ball. I already know.
Please, let's
So I can
just
beg
carry
you-
on with this, because I'm fascinated, Ruhif. If I stand here, then that is down.
No, where you're standing is down.
I'm down.
Where you're standing, that down will be very slightly different to if you move a meter away.
I'm not bothered about down. This is the water level that is established in the horizontal, right? You say it isn't. So let's do it in relation to this water level here.
Right. And are we assuming that black line is meant to represent the curvature? Oh, what is it then?
See this?
This is not a difficult question.
Can you see this?
No wonder Sly thinks you're a fuckwit.
Can you see this?
Hang on, Bev. What if you put him on a hill? Tell him
No,
he's got
no,
a
no.
water level.
No, he's talking about the black line page. This
Yeah, I know, but
is a
he
water
doesn't realise
level.
The water level doesn't care what the ground does.
It
Like,
doesn't.
the Earth is curving.
I just want
If you're
to
on
know
the
that
mountain, it does the
Ruhif
same
knows
thing
what
at
a
level.
water level is.
I know what a water level is.
Right, so you know that this water level, right, establishes.
Ruhif is only talking about a certain point and the distance away from that point. Like he's telling you, Bev, at that point you're level, right? So every distance away from that point.
I'm not talking about me.
360 fucking degrees, right?
I'm not talking about me. What are you talking about?
Ruhif is gonna say you're falling away from that point. That's what he's gonna say.
Well, you're telling Ruhif what Ruhif's going to say.
He's
very
already
nice.
said it. He's
Speak
already
for
said
Ruhif.
it.
Now, if that black line is meant to represent the curvature of the Earth, then the water level in the middle, if you were to sight between the first and the last, will be higher.
Okay, so the water level from here to here will be level.
No, I said the middle point. So the middle point, middle part of the water level,
This one?
that will be higher. If you were to sight
Yeah,
along between
so
the
from
first and the
here
last.
to here, this is level. This will fill up.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It's not.
That line between the first and the last is not level.
That's not level. So the water level, if we were to get rid of these bits, that's not what would happen with that water level, is it not?
That's not level. Go to your auto level on the left, first one.
Oh, no, this is a water level.
I understand, and I'm telling
so
you.
why
that the
do you
water
say
level
to
is
the
not
auto
accurate
level?
with distance. Because the auto level is local at one point. So draw the level at the first station with the auto level.
I'll do that there.
No, on the curved one.
You want me to
On the
draw
curve.
an auto level here
Yes.
in the middle?
And where is level at that point? No. At your first station.
No, you don't need to put a auto level where the water level is.
I'm telling you to put one there and draw what level is at that point.
I have. Here, look.
That's not it.
It is,
That's not
because
parallel
this is
to-
a
no, it's
level
not.
here, and this is a level here.
Yeah, and that's not accurate.
Right, okay, so do you think we can get a water level to go up in this? Because this is an upwards direction here, isn't it?
It's not up.
That's
It's
not up.
It's level.
That's
No,
not up.
it's not up. Do you not understand the basic geometry of a globe?
You said the middle one would be
What
higher.
do you mean, the
So how
basic
can it be
geometry
higher
of a
without
globe?
going up?
If I said,
What is the
if
What is
cited-
the basic geometry of a globe, please?
If you cited between the
Ruhith,
first and the last, that is not level.
Ruhith, geometry's sort of my strong subject, right? So
Well, yeah,
tell
so
me,
you say.
what is the basic geometry of the globe?
Okay, you know what line I want you to draw. At the first station, you've got an auto level. Draw level.
I don't
at that
know.
Point.
I can only do Euclidean
No,
geometry.
Don't pull this bullshit, Bev.
Is that not the basic globe geometry that you want to use?
Are you telling me you're so fucking retarded you cannot draw a line from the auto level that's level?
Through here.
This is level. Look, I'll switch this
was
on.
there for that?
Look,
My goodness.
Because he's full of shit, Paige. You
there
know he's
is
full of shit.
there is a level.
No, he's right.
that's level in
Euclidean
your
is the
room.
geometry you use.
Pardon,
That's
no, it's
level in
not
your
on the
room.
globe.
And you're being an asshole.
I'm
Draw a level
living
from the
in
auto
reality right now, Ruhith. There is a water level there. There is a laser level there.
In
And
your
I'm
room.
telling you that I've got an auto level, and an auto level also establishes a
Do
horizontal.
I need to draw this for you?
Yeah,
Do I
go
seriously
on.
need to draw this
Please,
for you?
yeah,
All
yes.
right, give me a minute.
And this
Sorry
is
for jumping in on you, Bev.
this
I
is
should
all
know
of
better.
it's
Let
all
you-
right.
Let you do it yourself.
This is the level, right, Ruhith? You're explaining to us the globe geometry and how it works, right? Adhering to all of your globe geometry axioms, postulates, definitions.
Oh, I should have started the computer. Hold on. Give me a minute.
You didn't listen to a word you said.
I know.
No, I'm
It's
drawing.
okay though, because this is it's quite good because it's getting people to learn geometry.
Yeah,
This.
I'm actually liking this. This is what I'm trying to figure out is how to verify this for myself instead of just taking people's
Oh,
words.
Yeah, forget me and
Do,
can't
do
multi.
you want me to give it you? Who's that? Global.
What's that?
Was that global? That's trying to verify it. I'll show you, right? And we
Oh
call.
yeah. I was saying I think this is good. This is
We're going to
helpful
call
'cause
this a Dornagon, right? Because imagine these as all separate water levels, and you can close them off, right?
Yeah, but then you get
You
different
can
levels.
close them off. I'm
and
not
they're
talking
in
to
a
you.
straight
I'm
line.
talking to global, right? So you can close them off. So this is 100, this is 100, 100, 100. So level from here to here looks like that, like that, like that, and like that. But what you can do is you can close this one off and have this level here. So we have that level. That goes across there to there.
All right. Where do I
And then
post
we
this
can
in
have
general?
this level here. So we have this one that goes from here to here. And that established that level. But then, hey, why not add this another one in?
Hang on, doorbell just went. Give me a minute.
Let's have an orange one that goes from here to over here. And then one that goes from here to over there. Right? So all of these lines are going to be established as horizontals. Individual horizontals. So can you see the way that all of these horizontals are different?
Oh yeah.
Right, do you think that would happen in reality? Or
Not likely.
do you think that would be more realistic?
I mean, that's most likely what's probably going to happen, given that I've verified for myself on smaller scales that that's what happens.
So
but until I've actually verified for myself on a really large scale,
Yeah,
I can't just say it must be. I
what
say
you do
it
is you
probably
do this,
is.
right? You set up a water level, 100-meter sections, join them together. Look, it's not too difficult because that's 100 meters
Yeah, that's awesome.
filled. That's filled with distilled water, ready for a pressure test.
Cool.
But we'll put 2 or 3 of them together. 1, 2,
Awesome.
3, right? So what you do is you put a post there, post there, post there, post there, and you close these off. So you cut that off there and you mark them. Then you do that, join them 2 up, and you mark that, and do that, and then you close this one off, and you do the full distance, and every time you do it, you will mark it and find out that every one of these marks goes on the same point. I mean, it has to. The water level does that. But if you live on a globe, you end up with all of these different horizontals, which I'd say is impossible, wouldn't you? You can't,
I like
you
what
can't
you're thinking.
adjust this water level and these levels of these water levels in there by just shutting off each one and individuals. You just can't do it.
Yeah, I like that idea. Yeah, I got to think about that. I never thought about closing. I was thinking just one long distance and then checking it out from end to end. But yeah, I like the idea of just doing many distances and closing them off in sections in between.
Yeah. You can imagine how many with 16. How many that would look like. We call it a Dornagon.
Can you see my drawing in the chat, Bev?
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Which chat is it in? General?
General.
General at the top there.
Wow.
That's what an auto level does.
Right. Can I just get you to one little thing? Horizontals are parallel with the horizon. Would you agree?
I think that's a shit definition.
Of horizontal?
Yes.
Okay. You know, when I said that the other day, I invited people to go and check for the definition of horizontal.
Again, you misunderstood me. I don't give a shit what people define words as. Definitions are meaningless.
We
meaningless.
heard you say that.
Yeah.
And we all decided that was perhaps one of the worst defences. It's sort of akin to straight lines bend, but worse in some way. Pardon?
Straight lines and bending would be mutually exclusive.
Are you sure about that?
What about if meanings don't mean anything, and your definitions don't care?
Words don't have meanings; they have usages. If
So
we can
straight
understand
does
both-
straight have a meaning?
Yeah, and hopefully we agree on it, but we don't agree.
Right, does
if you're using the word
level
horizon
have
in
a
the
meaning?
definition,
My God, they've literally got to throw out definitions of words. Tell us that words don't mean anything.
Horizontal.
That's how bad this has gotten.
I can make up a word.
You are
We can agree.
insane, mate.
No,
Absolutely insane. I'm sorry, you just are. This is ludicrous.
I can make up a word, and we can agree on how to use it. But words themselves are literally just little sounds.
Yeah, we've already done that. They're called dictionaries.
So
Yeah,
what?
The human race has already done that.
What's your
Stop trying to
definition
change
of
them.
horizontal,
We've already
Ruhif?
done it.
Dictionary is not an authoritative
Ruhif.
source. It's just
Ruhif.
people writing down what they
What
think they
is
use.
your definition of horizontal,
Ruhif,
please?
My goodness.
Saying a bit?
What's your definition of horizontal then, please?
Perpendicular to down.
Perpendicular to down. And what would that be? Would that down be vertical?
Yeah, where gravity points, up and down.
So is a vertical not at 90 degrees to the horizon?
No, because the horizon's not at eye level.
So if it's not at 90 degrees, what angle is it at, please?
Depends on your elevation.
What, the
When you're
angle
below,
that a vertical is to the horizon?
Yeah, it depends what your elevation is.
Okay, and can you give us like a plus and a minus from where it varies from and to? Angularly, please.
Oh, if you're at the sea level, it'll be pretty close to 0 or 90 degrees, whichever way you look at it. If you're up in a plane, it's like 3.5 degrees or something.
What, the vertical angle?
Yeah, the angle that the horizon dips down from horizontal.
No. Because you said it's not parallel to. Because that's what the initial question was. Is horizontals, or are all horizontals parallel to the horizon?
No, because the horizon curves.
Right, okay. So that is why it is not parallel to the horizon. You know, if all of the dictionary definitions tend to say that horizontals are parallel to the horizon.
Who writes dictionaries?
It's generally consensus, right? Popular consensus.
Of what we're trying to convey to each other when we make some sounds with our mouths, right? Yes. Okay.
Yes. Definitions.
The words, the sounds that we make with our mouths don't have meaning. We just understand them from other people.
Okay.
And what information they're trying to convey, right?
Okay.
Words inherently do not have
So
definitions.
what do you think they were trying to convey when they said horizontal is parallel to the horizon? What do you think that they were just trying to get the general gist of?
Yeah, I think they were close to horizontal and close to straight.
And they used the particular word parallel.
Hey, again, why are you taking arguments for authority from a person that wrote
parallel has a definition, right?
Yeah, I know, and I disagree with the definition.
You disagree with the definition of parallel?
No, I don't disagree with the definition of parallel. Your definition of horizontal includes the definition, or includes reference to the horizon.
Yes, parallel. Yeah, horizontals are parallel to the horizon. Now, if that is a general consensus, do you understand what parallel is? You would give us, authority to that word, wouldn't you?
We understand and we agree.
Because parallel definitely tells you something. It conveys a message, doesn't it? Parallel.
Yeah.
Right. So why do you not understand that horizontal, being a straight line, being parallel to the horizon would make the horizon a straight line?
That's why I disagree with it. Because it's curved.
Oh, because you want to curve the horizon?
No, because it is curved.
But why is it described as being parallel to horizontal?
Hang on. 2 at once. Go again.
Why is the horizon described as being parallel to horizontal?
Because some dude in fucking 400 AD went, the horizon looks pretty flat and straight. Let's call that horizon.
That's when they wrote the dictionary. It's popular consensus, the dictionary.
Words
so they've not bothered changing the word.
Did you know the word literal? Literal has changed definitions over the last 10 years, right?
Do you know, like, mathematics? Horizontal is a mathematical term. And within mathematics, it is defined as being parallel to the horizon.
The horizon isn't mathematics, right?
The mathematical definition of horizontal is that it is parallel to the plane of the horizon.
No, it's not the horizon. The horizon is a juncture of the sky and the water. It doesn't exist in mathematics. Mathematics is abstract.
Parallel to the plane of horizontal.
Yeah, again, Bev, I don't know how many times I can say it. I don't give a shit what the definition of a word is. As long as we understand...
But you're going to redefine a word for yourself.
No, I just want us to agree on what a word...
No, you want me to agree with your definition of horizon being a curve.
I want us to understand what each of us are talking about.
Well,
what information
I'm
we're trying to
talking.
convey.
I'll get you a definition. I'll get you a few actually.
No,
I think I got you them the other day.
For the 50th
Right, you
time, I
you
do
get
not give a
your
shit.
definitions out, okay? And we'll go from each of them.
You're not listening.
Rue, if you can't just go asking for a whole new definition for a word just because you want to. You are.
You're not
We're
understanding
giving you
either.
the definition of parallel. This is.
And I'm saying.
No, I'm giving him the definition of horizontal.
Of horizontal,
Humans
sorry.
Humans come up with these definitions. Humans are fallible. They're not authoritative.
And
They're
we
not
haven't
God-given
falsified that yet. So
Math-
there's no
no.
reason to change it.
This is mathematics. Do you not think mathematics proves
1
things?
+ 1 will be 3 when he wants it to be.
Horizon. There's no horizon in mathematics. The horizon is something.
No,
in
there
reality.
is horizontal within mathematics.
Yes, there is horizontal.
Right. Now, horizontal is defined as being in a plane parallel to that of the horizon. That is the description of horizontal. Not surprisingly, there's a lot of horizon in horizontal. It's not surprising that there's anything different about it. Now, have you got any definitions of horizontal?
You're really not listening. I don't give a shit what the definition of a word is. All right?
Okay, what are you doing here then, Ruhif?
Well, let's go back to my diagram.
What are you
Let's
doing
go back
here?
to my diagram.
That's make
No,
believe.
what are you doing here?
Let's go back to my diagram.
Why are you here?
That's make believe.
Show you my diagram.
Why are you here?
To show you my diagram.
Yeah, your imaginary.
Words don't mean anything.
What?
The definitions don't mean
No,
anything. And
come
your
on, man.
pictures definitely don't mean anything.
Don't mean anything. Yeah. Bev's
Tell
talking
me
about
why
water.
you're
and
You've got
reality
horizontals.
to you, Ruhif.
You've got horizontals intersecting.
They're not horizontals, Bev. They're angles. They're not even
Level.
horizontal.
No, they're horizontals then. That's not level, is it?
But Ruhif, you've
They're
been
level
around
locally.
a long time.
What those
Yeah,
two lines that
define
are
local.
intersecting.
Bev, why are we letting them get away with these stupid words? They're not.
He doesn't
you just said
understand
locally.
geometry.
Well, what do you mean by locally?
Well, he's got the
What do you
lines.
mean by
Have you seen his
locally?
picture?
Direction.
Have you seen his picture? Because those lines are intersecting at nearly right angles.
Well, it's obviously exaggerated, right? You get the point.
Yeah, well, no, but it's
Well,
not
don't
obviously
exaggerate it, man.
exaggerated,
Come on.
is it?
Come on, let's be realistic here.
Oh, get Ruhif to draw a horizontal line
That's what
below
we're trying to do,
that,
right?
below that picture. Just a horizontal line, without drawing anything else. Get him to draw what he thinks a horizontal line is on
I've
that
drawn them, they're
picture
red.
where he's got the Earth.
they're ones
No.
that intersect.
Imagining all there is a horizontal line. There is nothing else in the universe. You can't put anything underneath it. All you can do is draw me a
There is no
horizontal
universal
line.
down. There is no universal down.
No, I just want a horizontal Ruhif. Stop obfuscating.
Yeah,
Draw
no,
me a
because they're-
horizontal line.
With reference to what down?
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Ruhif.
just have a look at that.
Line is a horizontal line
Fundamentally missing
regardless
this
of anything else.
Have a look at that,
Left
Ruhif.
to right,
You can't draw
Ruhif, a straight
horizontal.
line. You do not know what horizontal is. My
You've
goodness.
just used the terms left and right relative to what up and down.
Across the page. Yeah, that's all
Okay, so
you
my
need.
page, right? So my page defines what's up and down.
No, what
So
are you
draw the
doing?
horizontal on it.
No, Paige,
I can do that.
just a minute.
Left to right, across the page.
Paige,
Yeah, left to right. So now we know what up and down is. Because you've used the words left
one
and right,
second.
now I know what up and
One
down
second. Can you see in the general chat, Ruhif?
is. I can.
Might help
Do you
Paige
teach
as well.
this to children?
Right now, we once got said this. That's a tweet. Is one person's horizontal is another person's vertical. Do you
Yes.
agree?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Now, when you
With
look
no
at that,
practical, real-world demonstration.
when you look at that drawing there, what you see is a vertical that is parallel with a horizontal.
Yes.
You would go along with that, would you?
Yes.
As a statement that
Those two lines are parallel. One person thinks it's horizontal, and the other person thinks it's vertical. Yet they are parallel.
Well,
in
you're in
frequency.
Australia.
That's
You
imaginometry,
actually
that.
believe that
Well,
you're
again, the
antipodal.
video that I
It's
brought up.
insanity. It's what little men in white coats should be coming and taking you away, Ruhif. The ones on the left are the same lines. They are both, on the left ball, they are both horizontal. On the right ball, they are both vertical. There's
On the
nothing
left.
different about them.
They're parallel in both of them, right?
Yeah. A vertical
Yeah.
and a horizontal are parallel.
Basic.
Ruhif.
Oh my God.
It is basic, I'll give you that.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So Ruhif, you realise the extension. The extension of this means that you can have a horizontal that would be perpendicular to horizontal.
To someone else's horizontal, yes.
So you're okay. In the land that Ruhif lives in, you're quite fine with the possibility of a horizontal being perpendicular to horizontal and a horizontal being parallel to a vertical.
Yes. Just as if you can have a circle where two tangents might be perpendicular to each other, right? Horizontal is just a tangent to a circle.
So did you say you could have...
You can have two tangents at right angles to each other, perpendicular to each other.
Yeah, and that means that you can have a vertical that it is parallel to a horizontal.
To someone else's horizontal, yes. This is such basic stuff, Bev. I know Sly's been through it with you.
Okay, that was a nice tie-in with Sly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So are you tying in with Sly and the horizontal, vertical, parallel thing?
They can be, yeah. If you're on another quarter of the globe, yeah.
Okay.
It's just just draw two tangents on a circle that are perpendicular to each other.
They're not horizontal. You can't turn a tangent into a horizontal, can you?
Locally, that is what horizontal means.
Sorry?
Locally, that is what a horizontal is.
What?
Basically a tangent to the
No. Like a horizontal is at an even altitude.
Yeah, so you can draw it away from the globe if you like. If that makes sense.
You think you can draw a tangent that isn't on the circle?
It's not defined as a tangent then, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, no.
No,
I don't. It's just a straight line, isn't it? It's no longer a tangent.
The closest point.
So a horizontal that isn't on the surface anywhere, just at an even altitude, would never be a tangent. Right?
Technically, no. But you know what I mean, right?
What do you mean technically no? What?
Well, it's not called a tangent then because it doesn't touch the circle. But you know what I mean to draw a tangent at elevation, right? You know what I mean.
No. That sounds ridiculous.
You know what I mean.
To
I've
draw a
changed the
tangent
definition of everything.
with a horizontal
You know what I
is
mean?
ridiculous.
All right, let's do everything at sea level then, just to get around your retardedness, right? They're all tangents then, right? If we're at sea level.
No.
Draw a tangent on a
How can you
circle.
have such a big ego for
A tangent to a horizontal plane.
Because I think Bev is full of shit and he knows it. That's why.
A tangent to a horizontal plane.
Oh, jeez, Ruhif. Wow.
Critical thinks here. Hey.
A tangent to a horizontal plane, Ruhif.
Tangent to a circle.
Oh, what's a circle? The water level?
Well, a cross section of the Earth, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, is the water level? Because I did a modus tollens, you know. It goes if the Earth is a spherical object, P, then the surface of liquid water must curve, Q.
Yes. Yep.
And then I go for my modus tollens. I say a water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference, therefore not Q. Not Q, therefore not P.
I disagree that a water level will give you a perfect level. Not that an auto level will either.
What do you mean perfect
But
level?
If your theoretical 1 mile long auto level will be inaccurate.
1 mile long auto level? I said what? It's a water
Sorry,
level.
1 mile long water level. Sorry.
Right. Okay.
Your water level, the longer it is, the more inaccurate it becomes.
Ooh, really? To what sort of?
Yes.
Have you got any sort of mathematical formula for that inaccuracy of the level?
How much over a mile would it be off?
Yeah.
It'd be the drop, 8 inches mile squared.
Is that a drop from your position at the start?
Yes.
A drop.
And then if you go to the other end, it'll be a drop from that position.
Yeah, we did this the other day.
Yeah, we did. This is what I came on to talk to you about.
It was the infinite drop.
No, it's because you didn't rotate the drawing. This is what I'm trying to get you to draw on your whiteboard.
You did drop 8 inches, and then you go to the other end and you drop 8 inches back again.
No, from the start, you drop 8 inches relative to that position,
Yeah.
and then you go to the other end,
Yeah.
and you drop 8 inches relative to that position.
Yeah, but like that's 2 drops of 8 inches.
No, it's just relative to where you are.
Yeah, but if you've dropped 8 inches, then you cannot drop another 8 inches to get back to where you were.
You can, because
Wow,
you're down.
Ruhif, that is some non-Euclidean shit there, man. How can you drop twice to end up at the same point where you were at the start?
Because the 2 down locations that you're measuring the drop from are different. The more I talk to you, Bev, the more I'm becoming certain that you're full of shit.
Yeah,
You
for
pin-
real. Cause
Really?
You're
Yeah.
pinrosing yourself.
Holy shit, man. Like, okay, I'm back on the board. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, back on the board.
Let's go.
I mean, just picture yourself on a ball. Now, if you were shrunk yourself to a basketball, if you went
Just imagine,
8 inches
right?
or 8 millimeters one way, turned
Just
around
imagine
8
it.
millimeters that way.
It's just some
Yeah, just imagine
imaginometry. Imagine it.
Imaginometry.
Right, okay.
Start with my diagram. Start with my
Yeah, 'cause I
diagram.
can't actually ever show
In
it
order
to us.
for
We
us
have
to
to
understand down.
Yeah, that's what my video does, is demonstrates that reciprocal shots do not intersect with each other. No, Bev,
So
Bev.
Okay, so we have a water level here.
No, you've got a laser level in your room, right? Turn it off. We're drawing a diagram.
Yeah, I know.
You're conflating real world with a diagram.
I'm just giving you a down. Right?
Oh my
Yeah,
god,
down-
he just
down
said
is
you're
relative.
conflating real world with a diagram.
Right.
Yeah, he's got a real world auto level on the actual Earth,
That's
and
showing
then we're
something
drawing a
different to
diagram.
your diagram.
And then we're drawing
So
a
it's not
diagram
real
meant to
world.
represent the Earth.
Boom. Here we go. This is here.
Yeah, but don't use real world shit that you can see right in front of you. Oh my
It's
god.
okay. He conflates real world with a model, so it's alright.
Right.
Do the same thing.
You ready to this, Paige? You ready, Ruhif?
Yeah, we're on flat Earth. Like,
We've got.
is this
We're
concept
in
of
reality in my little room. Indefinitely in reality. This is a
Go.
plumb bob. This is a tool that we use in
Oh, then
reality.
Don't draw a diagram.
What?
Why are we drawing a diagram if we're in reality?
Okay, well, all right. So this water level here goes from here to here, and it's still horizontal with this. So I guess that if we're drawing this
Oh, it would
diagram,
be
then it's going to go
immeasurably-
over here, and it's going to be horizontal. Done. Dusted. Thank you very much.
So
Well done,
let's
Ruhif.
line up- Let's line up your auto level and tell me how accurate it is.
What?
Compared to an auto level.
Say that again.
So let's actually measure that water level against the level that the auto level gives you.
Yeah, we
Not
have
diagram, let's do
over 100 meters. We've done that. It looks
What's
like
the
this.
drop over 100
It looks
meters
like
there?
this with the water level here and here, right? Water level fills up like that there. Whoop.
Hang on.
And then we put an auto level in the middle there. Boom. And it looks along that level that line is there, and it matches up on this side and on this side. So this is reality. This would be 100 meters. This would be 50 meters.
What's the drop over 100 meters?
Measured, none at all. Horizontal, all the way across.
0.1.
Measured.
What are you calculating?
The drop's going to be
What are you
the drop's going to be a millimeter over 100 meters, right?
There's
He
no
measured
no
it.
drop. There is
No,
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 drop.
I'm
It's
telling
not,
you
that's
that
not there.
the theoretical drop over 100 meters is a millimeter. I don't think your auto level is within that accuracy.
You don't think
You've got to
my
do it over
auto
width.
level is within a
He
millimeter
measured.
accuracy?
That's roughly the accuracy of it.
So you don't think my auto level can measure to 1 millimeter accuracy over 50 meters?
Over 100. It'd be pretty
It's
close to
100
the
meters. The
accuracy of
water
it.
level's 100
He
meters
did
from here
50
to here.
each. You're not listening.
Yeah, but 50 each just means you're gonna you've
Half a
negated the
millimeter.
curvature.
Okay.
That'd be a half a millimeter drop.
It's all right. That's all right. We've got this covered because Slice Bar Cane's got 16 of these. And you say there's how much drop?
Over 50 or over 100?
Over 100.
There's about a millimeter.
Right,
millimeter
so
over 100.
he put 16 of these together. What's that? 16 millimeters? He has a mile. He has a mile long from one end to the other. At when we put this auto level in the middle, 1 millimeter, you say, but not 1 millimeter. It can't be measured at 1 millimeter, can it? Because you're doing it. So you've put 16 together. That's 16 millimeters, right? Over 1 mile, 16 millimeters. Is that right?
About a half inch.
Is that right, Ruhif? Over 1 mile.
What is this?
I think he's talking to his talking to his kids.
Oh.
Is that a half inch or 2 inches? 16 millimeters. Is that 4?
25 mil is about an inch.
Little over half inch.
Yeah.
Right, okay. What's an inch in centimeters?
2.5.
Yeah, okay.
He's about 7.5 inches short, but I mean, Slice Bar Cane's going to measure the curvature for him. Bending water level test. Measured with 100 meter. Remember that, Ruhif? 100 meters. Everyone, remember that. Slice Bar Cane. 16 100 meters. He's not even joining them up.
There we go.
Individual.
I actually thought I turned off.
He's not joining them up.
No, he did that the first time and he had that many leaks he couldn't find them.
Oh, that's
so
right.
he's not
It
joining
leaked
them
all
up.
over the place.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what she said.
I'll let you all into the after we've dealt with all of these Muppets because it's obvious that nobody understands what a water level is. But I mean, we've already sorted this out. Obviously, with the Kozlowski Bislin hump and the Kozlowski nutsack drop, it screws them over. There's only one model, and that ends up being a horizontal.
All right, I'm back.
Okay.
My goodness, you had to just make noise all over the top of Bev while he was talking to all of us, didn't you?
No, he was
Mate,
not.
Burping and carrying
my
on.
microphone threw out.
Well,
Was
look,
my
we were
microphone
all
not-
listening to Bev, and you weren't muted. You were just burping and carrying on all over
He
the
just
top of
burped
him.
at the
So
end.
thank
What are you
you.
talking about?
He was never on mute. That's what she's saying.
Whoops. My apologies. I was not on mute.
I still didn't hear anything.
Right, come on,
I did.
Ruhif. Time for you to make a fool out yourself again.
All right. What are we doing?
Yes.
So-
Ruhif.
This is 100 meters, and you agree that there is how much drop? Do you say?
Over 100 meters, but if you got your auto level in the middle, if your auto level is in the
this
middle,
is right.
that would be accurate.
Imagine this is a 16th of Sly's bending water level test. Tell us how much drop Sly will have from one point to the next, please.
About a millimeter.
1 millimeter. So if he has 16 of these all lined up in a row to make a mile, that would be 16 millimeters over the entire. No.
It
No.
accumulates. If you're at the start,
Yeah.
if you're at the start, you got your first water level there.
Okay.
The
so from
last water level
here
a
to
mile
here.
ago, a mile away,
Yeah, and here.
a mile
and
away.
this.
Yeah, but you're drawing this on a flat surface. Are we on a flat surface or a globe?
This is water levels. You see how water levels work?
Yeah. Is it a water level on a globe or a flat surface?
It's a water level, like you've just
Is it on
said,
a
1
globe or a flat
millimeter. For in between each one of these, from this end to this end, you just said it, 1 millimeter. So we put 16 of them together. 16 millimeters.
No.
No? Why not?
No. Because in between each water level, the Earth is curving. So the horizontal between, or the line at least, between the first and the second is not parallel to the second and the third line.
No, okay, right. Well, let's go with this. Let's do it numbers, right? You okay with numbers? So
I'm
in
completely
between
fine with numbers.
in between 1 to 2, right? You've got 1 millimeter.
Yes.
Right? And then from 2 to 3.
He doesn't get it, Ruhif. He doesn't get it.
Go on. What's the millimeter drop?
Man, you guys.
Between, listen to what
Okay,
until
well,
I
then
finish.
he can walk Bev through it, can't he?
Yeah.
So just let him do it.
Yes.
Between
because he
2
won't get
and
it.
3.
No, shush. You can't
Between-
say that. Shush.
All right. The line between 1 and 2 is not parallel to the line between 2
No,
and
we're
3.
just talking about the individual water levels. 1 millimeter drop between 1 and 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
If you then go and move to number 2
Yeah.
and calculate the drop from number 2 to number 3, it will be a millimeter.
Okay, 1 millimeter
But
again.
if you calculate...
Do we know which direction
Listen,
1 millimeter?
Listen until I'm finished.
Listen until I'm
finished.
Is it 1 millimeter
Listen
from
until
here
I'm finished.
down and then 1 millimeter from here down? Or is this one down?
If you measure the drop between 1 and 3, it will be more than 2 millimeters.
Oh, will it?
Yes.
Go on then, what will it be?
Hang on. What's the drop over 200 meters? 0.2. It will be... I need some... Thingos. It'll be 2.7 millimeters.
Okay, 2.7.
Do you know why that is?
What about 4? Let's add 4 in. Like, so from 3 to 4, we're going to have another millimeter, right? So
Between 3, if you move yourself to number 3, there'll be 1 millimeter drop between 3 and 4.
Okay, and now from 1 to 4.
1 to 4, so that's 300 meters.
Yeah.
That will be 6.1 millimeters.
Okay, 6.1 millimeters.
Oh, it's refracted actually. That's not as refracted.
Here now.
Sorry.
And I can do this 1 millimeter.
Yeah, sorry. I've been reading off the refracted numbers, not the geometric numbers. So 7.1, not 6.1.
Oh, 7.
Anyway, doesn't matter.
Okay. Yeah, no, it does matter because we're dealing with water levels, and that's total geometry, right? Actually, that is the geometry that we're going to be using. Okay.
Until you cite it.
So
if you cite it, there's
I've added
refraction.
number 5 in here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what's 1 to 5?
1 to 5 will be 400 meters. Unrefracted is 12.6 millimeters.
12.6. Wow. Oh wow. 1 to 3. So that's 200 meters at 1 point. Is that a good one? 2.7. Is that the?
Hang on.
The right
1 to
number.
3
1
would
to
be
3.
200 meters. 3.1.
3.1. Well, that's even better.
Yeah. Can you see how the curvature accumulates?
It's measurable, that though. Right.
Oh, whether you can measure 3 millimeters is a different story.
Pardon?
Whether you can actually measure it as 3 millimeters is a different story.
Of course I can.
If you do it over a mile,
Look,
you could.
you seen me. You not seen me pipe? It's only
You what?
3. It's 3
How is it
millimeters ID.
accumulating if
Of
it's
course, I
just
can
1
measure 3
millimeter?
mil in it.
Accumulating because the
Right now, let's go to 6. Let's go to 6.
it's
You've
accumulating.
accumulated 5 millimeters. That's all you've
There's a hump.
accumulated.
There's a hump
You've
in
just
between.
added the rest of the numbers in yourself.
What
There's
about
a
the next
hump.
one then?
God, this is funny.
Page.
It's
a
accumulating
hump in
because the
between.
line between 1 and 2 is not parallel to the line 2 to 3.
Yeah, but what about
going,
1 to
you're right,
6?
keep going,
This
this
is
is-
the
Don't you
last
think you
one.
guys
The
should know what
500,
the globe
500
is before you
meters
start
should do us
debugging it?
here, Ruhif, I think.
500 meters.
Yeah, what's this
500
one?
meters is 19.6.
19.6.
You're just gonna keep doing this and asking the same question.
No, that's it. I'm done. I'm done. I've done. I've never really had that. Actually, if we could, what would be the 1 to 16?
That would be 8 inches, right? Wouldn't it? So
But you've been giving us millimeters. Come on, let's have it. Let's have it all the same.
8 inches is 20
Cool if you
centimeters.
guys
200
knew the
millimeters.
math.
1 to 16.
It would be good, wouldn't it?
1 to 17.
It would be good.
You
It's almost
think
like they would know what they're
comparison-
doing and how to debunk the globe properly.
Shut up, Tony.
They don't even
You're
know
like
the
that
globe.
little
You don't
chihuahua
even
at
know the
someone's
globe. None
leg,
of you guys
yapping
even
and
know the
yapping.
globe.
Shut the
Listening
fuck
knows what
up.
he's talking about.
So what's that? 1 to 17. That's 1600 meters, right?
Yeah, which is 200 millimeters drop.
200 millimeters.
Yes, not 16 millimeters. That doesn't. You don't accumulate it like that.
Okay, right. So that would mean that this water level here, from 1 to 1, right, there is 1 millimeter drop.
Yes.
What would the drop be from if I stood here, right? What would be the drop from 16 to 17 in your calculation?
Yes. If you're standing at 1, it doesn't make any sense to say what is the drop between 16 and 17.
Why not?
If you're standing at
It's
16, because you're gonna be
accumulated.
standing.
It's accumulated, right? From 1 to 5, there's 12.6. So that's
Yeah, 'cause
1
you're
to
standing at 1.
5. But yeah, but look, all I'm saying is, so in between here and here, there is 7 millimeters drop.
Yeah, if
Right,
you're
but there's
standing.
only, but that's if I'm stood here, right? If
Yeah,
I'm
if you're
stood
standing
here, in between these two, there's a 7 millimeter drop. But if I'm stood here, there's only a 1 millimeter drop
Right,
between
so you're
these
asking
two.
what the drop differential is between 1500 meters
No,
and
I'm just
16.
pointing out how fucking ridiculous your maths is.
What's
If
ridiculous?
you
The drop
can't see
change-
that this is
It's changing.
fucking
You don't understand what you're
ridiculous.
doing. And everyone here is
Bro,
listening to you like you know what you're talking
No,
about.
I understand I understand it completely.
No, you
He's making
don't.
it seem so. Bro, you are saying that the drop between 4 and 5 changes based on where the fucking monkey is. You're retarded.
Man, you
Well
guys
done, right the hand.
No, Ruhif,
Way
I
at
think
Shut
they're
the
stupid.
fuck up,
retarded.
Tony. Come on. Let them
No,
talk.
fuck you, man. It's
No,
ridiculous.
fuck you.
You guys are
No,
sitting
fuck
here.
you.
You don't even know how to. You don't even know how to
No,
do
fuck
the
you,
math.
Tony.
You have to ask someone
Fuck
else.
He knows how it works. That's why he's asking these questions. That's the beauty part. If he didn't know how it worked, he wouldn't ask you the drop between 16 and 17 when you're standing at 1.
Really?
That's what makes
You're
it.
only getting upset because you know what Bev is saying is true, that it's ridiculous.
No,
and
You
get
know
upset
what
because
Ruhif has
you've
just done.
realised
He
how
didn't even know you
ridiculous
can.
it is.
Whatever. It does it.
the
I think
question
you
Bev
guys
was-
stopped mentally growing at 8th grade.
You've just
'Cause you guys remind me of
exposed
the way
your
they're
fucking ridiculous
Tighten
model.
up, guys. Come on, man.
Bev,
Don't even know
Bev,
what the globe is.
If you are standing at 1, if you are standing at number 1, and you're trying to measure the drop, the difference in the drop between the second last and the last one is 24.3 millimeters. If you are standing at the second last one, looking at the last one, the drop at that point is still 1 millimeter.
Right, so what you're assuming is if you're stood on the left, there is a drop of a millimeter to the right.
To which one? To number 2?
Well, I don't know. Like, let's say I'm stood here at this end.
Yep.
Right, where's the drop?
Back the other way.
That way.
Yeah, it's relative to where you are.
It's all around us, but
You just drew an M.
It's all around us. 365.
Infinite drop,
bro.
Always down.
Hang on, if he adds up 6 millimeters together, but then between 5 and 6 it's like 12.6 millimeters. Where's the other 6 millimeters come from when you've only just gone to the 5th point? But you've all of a sudden got an extra 6 millimeters of drop. Where did that come from?
Exactly. You guys don't understand.
Yeah, when I say that the line between 1 and 2 is not parallel to the line 2 and 3, do you understand how the drop?
I understand that what you're trying to do is make horizontals not parallel.
No.
Yeah, because they're not.
That's the old "you don't understand" fallacy, eh, Tony?
yeah,
Not a
you-
boy.
no, you say
learned that
horizontals
over
aren't
at Tech.
You say
parallel.
it's curved, so therefore it's not going to be parallel. The two distances aren't going to be parallel. Is that too difficult for you guys to realize? And it's going to add distance to
Yeah,
it.
this is not difficult stuff. Have you
It's
guys
not
heard of the
difficult at
surveyor?
Can we get this? Has somebody got a screenshot of this?
You don't.
It's not often you get
This is
gifts
great.
like
Hold
this.
on, don't get rid of it. I'll take a clip it for you. Just give me a second to make it bigger.
Yeah, you really are showing everyone how to do out there.
For real. Do you understand?
Okay,
that
I got
every
it for
single
you,
step
Bev.
You take, you're at the top of the ball.
Top of the ball is a good point, actually. A good.
We have to think up a name for.
How can you always be on the top?
Little things.
Come on.
Yeah, you guys are always on the top of the ball, aren't
relative
you?
to
Yeah, everyone.
Shut up, Tony.
Envision what it'd be like living on a ball, guys. Come on.
Bro, that's like living on top of the flat surface. When everybody's on top,
If there's gravity.
Gravity, what? That's
and everyone's stuck onto it. Everyone's on the
stuck.
top.
You ever see? Oh yeah, we're stuck.
I gotta say.
How can? Then why do you need to? If everyone's on the top, why do you need to be stuck to it?
Because not everyone's on the top. Some people are on the side. But on the side with gravity means you're on the top.
Yeah, side is a relative.
So on the side is on the top.
Yeah, why do you need it?
Man, you
to be
guys are
on-
too
Why do you
literal.
need to be
It's
on the
almost like you
side if
guys
you're just going to say
have
the
some kind of
side is
mental
actually
block.
the
You can't-
top?
Paige, side is
Why
relative.
dimensions are too much for you
out
guys.
in space with their own
But
up
if,
and
if
down.
everyone's on the top, then why are you bothering
crazy.
to add a ball underneath? If everyone's always on the top, you're on a flat plane.
Because we live on a ball, Paige.
No, we don't.
You might live on a ball.
Just imagine
we do. We do.
Now you've got
Come
a
on,
very
Tony. You don't even have any proof of that.
Yes, we do.
vivid
All the proofs. You guys
imagination
have
is what
nothing.
you guys have.
Bro,
No, you guys just dismiss all.
You just said everyone is.
Aren't you? I can just imagine it in your beds at
Do you
night
not get
dreaming.
how
You go,
Everyone's on the top.
Everyone would be on the top.
Everyone's on the top, but they're stuck to it because there's some people on the sides.
There's you cannot say that, you retard. Why is it so hard to get what other people are saying and relay it properly? You never
Okay,
get it
so
right.
why do they need to be stuck? Why do they need to be stuck to it?
Because we
Why
live
do
on a
they need
ball
to
and
be
there's
stuck?
gravity. And there's gravity.
Okay,
pulling us to it.
a ball, there would be like a top and a bottom. Like some people would be like stuck to the
in
bottom.
space, would there be? No, there wouldn't be.
I mean,
There's only the top of the
so
ball.
okay, so you put a ball in space. So once the ball goes into space, it's like a flat plane.
What is the top of the ball?
Yeah, it's a ball, but you can.
Tell me what a top.
The
of
opposite of the bottom. Right, the opposite. The opposite of the bottom.
Every square inch of that ball is going to be the top. If you want
It's a
it to
ball,
be.
but you can.
Wow,
look
that's
at it
a
as
table.
flat plane,
That's a table.
Tony?
It's too much for you guys to handle.
Every square inch is the top. Yeah, that's crazy.
Man. These people are. I don't even know why I come here. I love talking to you guys.
You just
don't.
The only way you can make a ball a top is to spin it on a table. Bro, spinning. Bro, what do they call that dreidel? Bro, picture that thing you spin. It's called the top. The thing you spin.
It's a ball,
right? So when you spin the ball, it becomes a top.
Yeah, you guys are like, you guys are just all like, I don't know, I don't get it. It's sad almost. That's why there's only like 1 million of you guys and
We
7
like to live
billion
in
of us.
reality. That's what's different.
Yeah, you too. You're right.
Yeah,
The 7,
we don't want to
the 1 million.
balls in space. Thanks, we don't need to.
No,
We're
what's
all
great
on the
is that
top.
you have a group of people that aren't experts in any of these fields saying that they know what's going on. You guys didn't even talk
I
about
am an
it.
expert in.
You got to be an expert in a ball not having. What are you an expert on? The ball not having a top or bottom?
Refraction. You guys remember refraction?
Yeah, what's your expertise to come here and tell us?
I've been in this
The water
community
level is
longer
not
than you. That's
affected
why
by
I have
refraction, Tony.
I'm an
The water
expert
level's
with
not
the water
affected by
level.
refraction.
Just
What the fuck? I've been here longer. Yeah, right.
I have.
Oh shit! It's like my dad's bigger than your dad.
No, it's not big at all, actually.
Do you wanna-
Your analogies aren't good.
Do you want to come for a trip on my
That's
canal?
exactly what it was like. I've been here longer than you. My daddy's bigger than your daddy.
Does anyone want to come
Got
for
no
a trip on the
experience in there.
canal?
Sure.
You'd think I'd be better at arguing, but I just get frustrated.
We're all.
You would think.
It's like a brain constipation almost. I used to be really good at it, but Jesus.
Yeah, your fucking ass is jealous of your mouth from all the bullshit that comes out of it. Just shut up for a while.
See, that's probably the funniest thing anyone's ever said in here because it's such a dry ass room.
Yeah,
Go Bev.
river.
What are you telling us, Bev?
Right, Ruhif, we're on the
Got bad
canal.
breath, though, so it might be.
We're looking down on top of the canal.
Yeah, yeah, obviously, because I mean, how do you draw it in elevation? You can do it in elevation if you want, like that. Right? A.
Yeah, so we're looking down on top of the canal. It's a triangle from the air.
C. Right? Okay. So you're at point A. All the sides. It's not. There are mile sides. So call it an equilateral triangle. 3 angles, 1, 2, 3, add up to 180 degrees. You know the deal with triangles.
Oh, well, Riley doesn't, but yeah, go.
But you're okay with that, though? Triangle, 180 degrees.
Yep.
Okay. So we're at A. Now, do you want to establish a horizontal at A?
Yep.
Ooh, I already see where this is going.
Okay, so we're going to go from A to B.
Yep.
And we've established a horizontal at A. What happens? 1 mile.
Yeah, it drops 8 inches.
8 inches. So from A to B.
This is going to be the same point again.
A to B.
No, it's different.
B
You don't see it coming, Ruhif?
8 inches
Well,
in the down
the infinite
direction,
drop
right?
bullshit,
So
right?
we're going to set a horizontal at B.
Yep.
And we're going to go from B to C.
Yep.
Go on. What happens?
It will drop from B, relative to B to C 8 inches.
It's 8 inches in the downwards.
It will drop from level, whatever.
Yeah.
8 inches.
It can't drop up.
8 inches down again, and then we're going to go from C back
back
to
to
A.
Yeah.
Our starting
From
point.
C to A. If you then reset, if you reset where your level is at C.
You just made this thing is a.
No, let him finish. Let him finish.
Right?
Right, and let him finish.
All those level lines are not parallel. That's the problem.
Come on.
Hey, critical things here.
Sorry.
Difficult.
Yeah, all those level lines are not parallel.
We're on the last leg. Ruhif, please. From C
and then you're gonna,
to A.
Then you're going to add up the 3 lots of 8 inches, right?
Oh, down 8 inches again, yeah?
Yeah, you're going to add. You're just going to add them all together
So
like a
8
fucking
inches,
retard.
8 inches in the downward direction again.
Relative to wherever you are standing,
Yeah,
there will be
at
8
this
inches
point,
drop to
8
the other.
inches down. So
what
we've done is we've started on a canal, a triangular canal, and we've gone down 8 inches, down another 8 inches, and down another 8 inches to end up at the same place we started. So we've gone all the way a trip, and we've gone down 28 inches to end up at the point that we were at.
That's not how you do it.
Bro, that's what you just drew an M, like a how do you go? It would go. It's a wave, right? You're going up and down and up. There's 3 humps. Yeah, there's. Bro, there's 3 humps on this thing. That should only be one.
No. That was a Kozlowski.
No humps. No humps.
It's like that.
But he hasn't even
Paige,
said it. He's just gone down.
Paige, your mic is
Where he
introducing.
He's here.
Paige, your mic is introducing a crackle.
Yeah.
You see that?
That's what he's done. How the fuck's he done that?
Yeah, how do you do that?
How do you
Guys, come on.
Down.
If you want
and you're
to
at the
listen
same
to
place.
Ruif will explain how you do that.
Yeah, you're not actually going.
Bro, that's a David Blaine trick. That's a magic trick.
No,
it's not.
Trick to you guys.
Going down 8 inches 3 times and then ending up where you began is not a magic trick.
Hey.
If you could go down 3 8-inch stairs, and if you could go down 3 8-inch stairs and end up in the back one, I'd be fucking amazed, bro. That'd be an awesome trick.
Is that all you can say, Tony? Is you don't understand? You don't understand? You don't understand?
It's our model.
That's your big argument, Tony. You don't understand.
No, I do understand it. You guys aren't.
That's what you say to everybody. You don't understand. That's your big argument. You don't understand.
You guys don't understand shit.
Yeah, see? You guys don't understand. That's good argument. Did you Google that, or did you come up with it yourself?
Bev.
Say it again.
Bev, you there?
Yeah.
So between A and B, there is 8 inches drop. All right, that is different to traveling down 8 inches. All right, you're not changing elevation at all between A and B.
That means no vertical change in height. Yeah,
No
horizontal.
vertical change in elevation.
Yeah,
change in
no
elevation.
vertical change is horizontal, right? That's what horizontal is.
No.
Yeah.
Elevation. No change in elevation.
Yeah, no change in the vertical.
No change in elevation.
Yeah.
Use the word that's appropriate here.
Yes.
Well, what does the word mean?
How do you measure a change in elevation, please, Ruhif?
Definitions are meaningless.
They
You
are.
guys redefine everything, so shut up.
Ruhif.
No, it's you that redefines
No, wait a
everything.
minute. Let us get it.
Oh, really? You guys
Ruhif,
use
how
perspective.
do
Perspective
you
is an
describe
art form,
a change in
Perspective isn't even a
elevation?
fucking camera or
Change in the geopotential surface of the Earth.
Yes.
The height above the geopotential surface.
So how would you measure that?
Well, where is sea level is the usual way.
Wouldn't you just establish a benchmark and use that benchmark as a elevation, height above sea level, elevation?
You can.
Right.
You guys all listen to this man like he knows what he's talking
So
about.
that's a height. Yeah, elevation above sea level is measured as a distance?
It's a height, yeah.
Okay.
Above sea level.
Right. Okay. So
But
then,
that elevation,
if that height changes, would the elevation change?
if the height changes.
Yeah.
If you're on a globe, the surface is curved, yet at an equal elevation.
Yes,
That's
and
a curve.
if
Equal elevation
the elevation changes, is that measured as a distance?
Of height, yes.
A vertical height.
Yes.
So a
Relative to
vertical change is how you measure elevation.
Yeah, from sea level at that local point, yes. So you might be 10 meters above sea level at one point.
Yeah.
Right, point A, you might be 10 meters above sea level.
Yeah.
50 kilometers away, you might be 10 meters above sea level there.
Yep.
But if you look across to that with an auto level, that will be way, way below.
What do you mean? It will be below with the
surface is
same
curved.
elevation, with no difference in height, but you are willing to say below. How do you do that, Ruhir?
From point A.
What do you mean from point A?
If you were to fire
below,
off an auto level from point A,
but does below mean a difference in height?
depends whether you're talking elevation or relative to your
Yes,
position.
vertical, distance, height. Yes.
From
What
an
does your
elevation.
height mean, Ruhif, please? When somebody
height
says, how tall are you? Or what height are you? What do you say? Do you say, oh, what do you mean? Do you mean when I'm led down?
Yeah, my local down, my floor.
No, when somebody asks you, what is your height? What do you think they mean?
How tall are you?
Right, vertical. Is that height measured vertically?
Yes.
Okay.
At your local. At
So
your
a
local up and down.
change in vertical is what you would establish as a change in elevation.
Locally, yes. But as soon as you move, your elevation references a different point. Your
So
elevation
would you not
references sea
use
level.
a level to establish the change in...
No, only locally. Only locally.
Right, so what would you use not locally? And just give us an idea on how local is as a distance.
You do plane surveying, differential leveling, to work out what the elevation is.
Yeah, that is a change in the vertical height from the horizontal. I know, because I have an auto level and I know how to do differential leveling.
Okay, so you know how to get accurate elevations on a globe.
Yes.
Right?
On a globe, I know how to do it in reality, and it is a change in the vertical from
So
horizontal.
This is a good experiment for you to do.
It is.
Right?
It is.
Okay,
We've just
let's
established
start
that
the
I know about differential leveling, and I know that level is horizontally. right?
Can I give you an experiment to do with your auto level?
No, because it's geometry. It is not an experiment,
My God, you
Ruhif.
arrogant
You
bastard.
are a retard.
Who wants to hear my experiment?
How about
Anyone?
you go
Oh,
and do
dear.
it, video
That's
it, and bring
telling
it back
you.
to
That's like a
us.
big no.
We don't want to hear
I
about
do.
All right. Critical Think wants to hear my experiment. All right. I am on a mountain, and the elevation of that mountain is 1,000 meters.
Vertical height, that is it?
Elevation, whatever you want to call it.
Is it a vertical
1,000 meters
change in distance from the horizontal? Or is it a vertical change in distance from what?
Elevation above sea level.
Mean sea level.
Above sea level, right? And sea level is?
Mean sea level.
And sea level is? Sea level is what?
Can we get through this?
Okay.
Sea level. Sea level, sea level.
Right, okay. So
I'm on a mountain.
right, so
and I am
4,000,
1,000.
right? So if we say this is level, and then you say you want to go 4,000.
Can you let him finish?
Is that 4,000 above the level, this level here, or this level here? Because your level's a circle, isn't it?
Right.
Isn't this your level?
Meters.
Isn't this your level?
I'm on a mountain that's 1,000 meters
Is
above
this
sea
your level?
I'm going to mute Bev.
Is this your level?
Mute Bev. All right. I'm on a mountain that is 1,000 meters above sea level, and I
1,000
am
meters
looking
above
across
which
to
sea
another
level?
mountain that is also 1,000 meters above sea level.
Right. So is that
And
1,000?
those two mountains are 50 meters apart.
That's also
All right.
1,000.
If I make a shot from mountain A across to mountain B,
1,000.
and that's level,
Which one?
and I shoot back from B to A, will I be shooting back down exactly the same line of sight that I shot in the first place?
Like which 1,000 with your level?
You have line of sight. Yeah.
Yeah.
You just
Is
said
it
line of sight.
Is it at eye
Yeah,
level?
well,
So I shoot from
The
1,000
thing
meters to
he's
1,000
asking on a level ball, what are you 1,000 feet from? Like the bottom?
Sea level. Sea level.
Bottom
It doesn't matter what the surface is.
Sea level
We're
is
not
a
talking
circle.
about- We're not
Sea level's
talking
a
about.
It's a spherical surface, actually. It's not just a circle.
Which point on that circle are you at?
Yeah,
We're not
Which
talking about
point on
what
that
shape the
circle are you 1,000 feet above?
The sea level, whether it's flat or globe,
Well, so now
we don't
all
know
of a
yet.
sudden,
But which
the
point?
Earth doesn't matter. When Bev had to tell you what he was referencing on his pictures before, now it's all of a sudden the ground doesn't matter. What?
If I'm at 1,000 meters above sea level, regardless
Yeah, but where's
of
your
flat
sea
or
level
globe,
from?
right? Fucking sea level, where the
It's a
water is.
curve.
We're not sure what the shape
Which
of the Earth is.
which
right now, right?
point
This is
of the
experiment.
curve are you measuring your level
not
from?
measuring a
Your level
curve.
is definitely curved, isn't it? It's not a straight line.
Where-
Can't be a
this
straight
is a
line, can it?
experiment.
Because dreaded.
done-
Think about it. What would happen if level was a straight line?
We haven't done the
Ruhif,
experiment.
can you imagine?
Child abuser.
Imagine what would happen.
Implications,
Oh
Bev.
my
The
Let him
implications.
finish.
It
Yeah,
can't
come
be,
on.
can it?
Right. I'm at
Those
1,000 meters.
implications,
Yeah.
they're awful.
He's not going to
Yeah,
address.
terrible.
I know. He can't
He's
do.
just gonna
Child
say
abuse
sea level.
stuff.
1,000
Yeah.
Well, let him
meters.
finish.
I'm
Let
at
him
1,000
finish
meters,
what? Imagining.
and my experiment. I've only gotten like the first line.
It's an
out.
experiment. Is
You-
it a,
you haven't
geometry
explained what level
experiment?
is.
Let him talk about his experiment.
It's geometry experiment. Love it. Carry on.
That's so
Carry on,
cute.
Ruhif.
He thinks it's an experiment.
All right, so I'm at 1,000 meters, and I have my auto level.
Yeah.
And I shoot across to something that's only 50 meters away, but
Yeah.
also 1,000 meters of elevation.
It's all still
Alright.
lines, this. Distances and lines.
Yeah, we've just got our auto level out. We don't know what shape of the Earth is. We've
That's
just got our auto
geometry.
level.
Yeah, yeah.
We're in the real world, taking a shot with our auto level.
Yep.
50
Doing
meters
geometry.
away, right? Whatever. We just got our auto level.
Yeah,
And
I'm
then I
waiting
go to
waiting for the
point B.
experiment.
Yeah, because you keep talking. We'll get there. Right. Then we go to point B, where we shot to, and we shoot back to point A. All right. Will that shot be straight down the barrel of our original shot?
Straight down the back. Are you shooting a gun?
Let's say we have two auto levels, actually. That's probably a better way to do it. We have auto levels.
What's the
aiming at each
dependent
other.
and independent variable, Ruhif?
Say again?
What's the dependent and independent variable?
No, we're just doing
Your
a
experiment.
Hey, Ruhif.
Straight how straight a line is, I think.
This is we're out in the real world. We have two auto levels.
Yeah, Ruth. Do you think
Observation.
Do you think
But what's your
surveyors can make?
experiment?
Do you
I
think
wanna know what the
surveyors can make
experiment
a horizontal plane, Ruth?
This, if we have two auto levels, they are 50 meters apart.
With
and they
one
are-
auto level?
What are you manipulating?
If we have two auto levels at the same elevation and they are 50 meters apart, will you see the other auto level?
What are you manipulating, Ruhif?
Whoever you are. All right.
Curve.
That
If we have
means you
two
can't
auto
answer.
levels pointing at each other 50 meters apart at the same elevation, will the crosshairs show the other auto level? Will the other
doing
auto
an
level be the crosshairs of the other one?
What are you
Do you think it's
manipulating?
possible for a surveyor to create a horizontal plane, Ruhuf?
Is that delete
With an auto level?
All right, so no one wants to answer the question. We've got two auto levels pointing at each other at the same elevation.
Why have you got two auto levels pointing at each other?
Just answer the
This
question.
is answering your
It's
question,
not
Ruhuf.
difficult.
Do you think surveyors can create a horizontal plane with one auto level?
Can you not answer the question? They're 50 meters apart.
Well, this
at
is
the same
the answer
elevation,
to your question.
and they're pointing at each
Do you
other.
think they
Will
can
you
do it?
see the other auto level?
You're using the tool for the wrong thing.
No, at
Ruhif.
50 meters, yes, they would be perfectly level
you're using
and
it for the wrong
horizontal to the millimeter. Yes, Ruhif. Perfectly horizontal.
Right,
Bang
so
on. Right on the crosshairs. Even though you can't see through the crosshairs of the scope. And I don't know why you'd be wanting to look into the scope of another auto level. Only a retard would want to do that. But hey, we've heard plenty of them today. So yeah, get your two auto levels and look like a fucking muppet and point them at each other over 50 meters. They will be horizontal. Both of them.
Then what I'll do, Bev, is do it over 5 kilometers. What do you think will happen?
Oh
then?
my
Will they be
You
low as well?
you get
Will you
sacked for one. You get laughed at for two, and three, we'd all be going, "What's that muppet doing?"
All right, so
Please film it. Please film it.
Over 50 meters, it's okay.
At what point does it turn into an experiment?
No, we're just doing an observation. At what point do they not start pointing at each other, and why?
That was what we asked you. At what distance? At what distance can you falsify?
I've done it over 5Ks.
You falsified level being horizontal.
I've falsified a level.
Or you
being
falsified a water level not being a tool for establishing
Wait a
a
second.
horizontal.
You look through an auto level.
Over 5K, Ruhif, you've shot it. And you thought that was
Do
accurate.
they not point to each other?
If you
At what
look
distance?
through an auto level over 5K,
Do you know
Yes.
how far the
then what
distance
did that
is?
tell you?
Use an auto level?
Ruhif. You're using it
I
for
want
the
you to tell me
wrong
why that
thing.
distance is a limit.
They-
Does light
Surveyors
travel
don't
faster?
use auto levels
manual.
over 5K, Ruhif.
Yeah, why?
Can you?
Because
the
they can't read the
instruction
stick.
manual.
Why?
The
They
instruction
can't read the rod
manual.
because it's too far
Why
away.
does the instruction manual say
The
that you can't use them over long
atmosphere,
distances? Does the light check into the
Because it
auto level and go,
doesn't
oh, I've
work
been
that
traveling
way.
5
Because they
kilometers?
can't read.
Read the
Is my
instruction
mic
manual.
working?
I have read the instruction
Yeah,
manual.
I'm sorry, God.
Yeah, it is.
Ruhif.
All right, so
Surveyors,
at what
professional
distance
surveyors,
do they
Ruhif.
stop
Hey,
pointing to each
hey,
other?
yo, Ruhif, over here. Professional surveyors don't use fucking auto levels over 5K.
Anyone?
Do you think the bloody light bounces
I
off the
just
stuff
fucking
Ruhif,
answered you, dude.
and
Oh,
bounce
he must
through
have
it
been
You
muted.
don't understand what the
back
tool is
into
designed for.
back in the auto
I know
level?
what
Is
it's
that how
He's
you
designed
making
for,
too
and I
much
know
sense.
why
He
it
doesn't
has
want to
that
hear
limit.
you.
Do you know why it has that limit?
Jesus, come on, Ruhif, come
Ruhif, can you hear me
on.
by chance?
You're giving us a bad name, Ruhif. Come on, seriously, my friend.
Ruhif, can you hear me?
He's
Ruhif.
got
I've got
everyone
everyone
muted.
muted, by the way. I've got
He's got everyone
Pencil,
muted.
Bandit, Kitty, and Paige muted.
Why
So
would
you guys
you
probably
mute
talk.
me? Oh, yeah. He doesn't want to hear it. Makes sense.
Come on,
For
What
everybody
the
else
fuck's he
that
doing
can
in
hear
here? A guy
Wait a
that
second.
doesn't know fuck all has got everybody muted.
For everybody
what,
else
for what
that can hear
fucking
me,
reason?
professional
No one can
surveyors.
answer the question. At what point will two water levels, at what distance will they stop
I'm
joining
going to
each
mute
other?
him.
To each other.
All right, I'm
Yeah,
going to
for
go.
You mean
everybody else that can hear me,
talking
for
over
everybody
each
else
other?
that can hear me, professional surveyors don't use auto levels over a 5 kilometer
No,
distance.
they don't-
The rule of
they don't
thumb
use them over
is
5K
50 to
special
75 meters max.
Yeah, you're right.
Because
So
they're a
would you
tool
like
designed to do a job, a
consult
very
a
specific job.
professional
You guys-
surveyor
yeah,
and
you
ask
guys-
him what shape the Earth is?
Why,
Yes.
why would you do that?
Change your name.
So
Change your
Jesse
name.
Your
Kozlowski
personal beliefs
said
don't mean
measures
anything to their job.
Jesse Kozlowski, that's his job,
a guy on YouTube.
and he
So you're
measures the
appealing
curve
for
of the
one
Earth.
of the
So if you want to
YouTuber
take
Jesse does not measure the curve of the Earth.
then you should listen to professional surveyors.
I've
We
called
went
lots of
through his
professional
videos,
surveyors.
Critical
and I
Link.
listened
We
to
tore it
exactly what they're
apart.
saying.
Bev absolutely demolished his pathetic effort.
No,
Tore
that's
it to
that's
shreds.
no, that's not right. I wasn't there. If you said something after that, I wasn't there to defend it. If you said something after that, so it's very easy for you to come up. It's very easy for you to come up with a whole lot of rubbish with no one there to defend themselves. That's really
Did it 2 days ago. Like, it was only a couple of days ago, Critical Think.
Critical Think, I've talked to lots of surveyors as well as people that build and sell the equipment, and I even talked to an engineer about water levels over down in the United States. So what's your point?
Yeah, what's your point?
I've got another question for you.
Why
You're
can't the
going around
auto
saying
level?
that you talk to surveyors.
What?
I've talked to almost a dozen.
For that.
I've
So
talked to
a
almost a dozen
surveyor says
people.
when a surveyor says you can't do something, a surveyor also says the Earth is a globe. So are you going to take notice of the surveyor or not?
What's the surveyor saying you can't do?
Yeah, we've got surveyors who don't
Critical
agree with
Think?
that.
They're flat
They think
earthers.
level is horizontal.
No, they're
What's
not real
what's the
surveyors.
surveyor saying you can't do
so,
critical thing?
Yeah, guys that you just stop in the middle of the road, you know, and stop and go and talk to them, and they're doing their job, and you go and ask them, is level horizontal? And they say yes.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's not curved.
That doesn't mean that the Earth is not curved. That just means that where they are, level is horizontal. Will you excuse me? Can I finish a sentence? They just say level is horizontal where they are. Of course it is. You ask them that question, that's what they say. They're not saying that the Earth is flat. That's not what they're saying. Did you ask them? Is the Earth flat? No, you did not.
Level.
You got your answer,
27
Paige.
miles of water level.
Yeah, Paige.
Will be horizontal because level is
Paige,
horizontal.
you got your answer. You got your answer, Paige.
We don't actually say that the Earth is flat, though. You realize that, right?
Paige, he said that level is horizontal. That's the answer.
It's
the right answer.
horizontal
Water is level is horizontal.
At the point you're standing at on the Earth, as you move away, the level line is no longer
but you
the
said
same
at the
horizontal
point.
line as it
Are you
was before.
suggesting you can have a horizontal at
Show
a point?
him the
You've tested
No,
this,
that's
have you?
not what it means.
You've
And stop
tested
trying
this,
to say
have you?
that.
Definition of a point.
So how long is this horizontal?
You said a critical think, not Bev. You said a point.
Oh,
horizontal.
wow,
at a
I
point.
said the level line is horizontal at that place. It is not the same horizontal as where you move.
So how
on the
long
globe. It
is
they are not
the
parallel
horizontal?
What's a place? To the left, it's no longer horizontal to that first point. You're a
That's
fucking
correct.
muppet. You're a
That's correct.
Wait,
You're an
no, it's not.
absolute
No, you
muppet.
measure it.
Have you tested?
Go out
Have you
there and
tested
measure
it?
it.
Horizontal's a straight line, right?
Yeah, actually do. You fucking muppet.
A horizontal is a straight line, critical think.
Yes, that's right. It's a straight
Right, so
line. Of course,
if
it is.
you have a horizontal at a point, can you be holding a straight line that extends out infinitely?
Yeah, why not?
Would that be horizontal?
Only horizontal to you. It's
That
not horizontal to somebody
straight
on
line
10 miles
that
away.
you are holding, is it horizontal?
horizontal for you at your point. Horizontal is, horizontal is perpendicular.
It's a horizontal
to the
line
down.
then. That is
you move
a
away
horizontal line.
As you move away from your position, the direction of down changes, the direction of the horizontal will change.
That horizontal would be a line, would it not?
The horizontal is a line where you are at. It is a line, of course,
Okay.
but when you move away, it is
Brilliant.
a different line.
Brilliant. So that
It is a
horizontal
different
line that extends out infinitely, can you put a vertical perpendicular to that horizontal?
Yeah, but what would it has no meaning.
What do you mean? It has no meaning. It is a vertical that is perpendicular.
No, vertical is local. When you're on a sphere, vertical constantly changes direction. It is local.
No, it's not.
Of course it is.
You saying that it's not vertical if I move away from it?
It is vertical, but it's not parallel to you. The other vertical that you is a distance away. They're not parallel.
What are you talking about parallel for?
Of course it is.
Right, is the vertical, wherever you have a vertical, is that perpendicular to horizontal?
It's perpendicular to the horizontal where you are standing.
Vertical is not perpendicular to horizontal.
Let me finish. It's not perpendicular to the horizontal 10 kilometers away.
What, vertical isn't perpendicular to horizontal 10 kilometers away?
The vertical, then you're confusing the issue. Let's just take at the point you're standing.
Just vertical.
There's a vertical.
Right, there is vertical and horizontal, right?
Yeah, there's a vertical and horizontal. At 10 kilometers away, there's another vertical and horizontal. They are not perpendicular to each other or parallel to the A and B are not parallel.
Okay, so can I get that picture out earlier that did you see Ruhif with it? Do you want me to get it again? I'll get it again.
The one I had, Bev?
No, with the one with the vertical here.
Paper?
I've got it. I've got this one. Yeah.
Yeah, the one Brew Hifter.
In the general chapter. This is a different one. See, this KC, she's a very, very, very geniusly clever geometry teacher from Canada. From Canadian.
Don't hold that against me.
Yeah, I think she might be from the French side, because what she said was one person's horizontal.
I'm from Canada.
You're from the French bit?
No.
Okay.
I'm
She
from
says.
the West Coast.
She says one person's horizontal is another person's vertical. Was that critical thinking? Do you want to do some thinking? What do you reckon to that?
If one person is, if one 90 degrees on a globe, I think that you're talking about, so that one person's
look in the general chat.
Yeah, okay. One person's horizontal
Look at the picture, bro.
Is parallel
Look
to
at the picture, man.
I'm looking at the picture.
So
Can I talk?
Are you sure?
Yeah, go on.
This one, it says this makes perfect sense. Is that what you're talking about?
It says to a baller, this makes perfect sense.
that's
Right now,
right.
so what Casey says, you can read her words there. She tweeted, one person's horizontal is another person's vertical.
I heard that the first time. Now, if you give me a chance to respond, I can.
Off you go.
Now, what that means, when I look at that picture, one person's vertical is parallel to another person's horizontal, right? She's left out the word parallel.
Yeah, same thing. What? Yeah. Carry on. So,
well, what else do you need to say about that?
What, that you can have vertical and horizontal being parallel?
Yes, of course. If you look at the picture, why can't you see that?
Okay, right. So the implications of that means that you can have a horizontal intersecting with a horizontal perpendicularly, right? So you can have a horizontal being perpendicular to horizontal And
of course you can, because they're 90 degrees apart on the surface of a sphere.
Right. I
And
know.
if the
Yeah.
hor-
Yes. I do.
Of course you can.
I understand.
And how would you measure that?
Wait a minute. In your model,
sorry.
you can have that, right? Now, let's try that in reality. Do you think
It's been tried in reality and it's confirmed? Every surveyor that's a geodetic surveyor can confirm that with their reciprocal angles.
Who have you got any names?
Larry Scott, Jesse Kozlowski, main surveyor.
Those came out quick.
You got him on. Are you another one of those people that have them all on speed dial?
He's got a Rolodex.
Larry Scott first, though. Shout out Larry. Larry needs to come and have a talk.
Need to look into this shit for yourselves, man. Go and
Man,
buy the
I've
fucking
looked
tools
into it for
and use
myself.
them
I
for
look
what
into
they're
it for
designed
myself
for.
all the time.
No, man, you're trying to shoot 26 kilometers away with the theodolite, bro. You don't have a
There's
clue.
nothing wrong with that.
You don't have. You're an idiot then, because that's not what the tool is
There's
designed
nothing
to
wrong
do.
with it. When you understand what you're doing, it's the idiots who don't understand.
I do understand what is being done. You do not understand what the tool was designed to do. That
You
is
don't
your
understand
flaw.
how
I'm
the tool
sorry.
works. You probably don't even understand how it's calibrated. You probably don't even understand what it does. So why are you trying to tell me?
You demonstrated how you didn't know how it was calibrated earlier tonight.
Gods, I've got another question for you to ask the surveyors, right? Do they know how to move the crosshairs in their scope?
Do they ever do it too?
Yeah. Is that how they calibrate their levels? That's right,
Okay.
critical think, right?
If
What are
you
you
remind
asking?
me,
I already told you guys,
remind me on
don't call
Monday,
him critical think anymore.
I'll call some more.
Right, you can move the crosshairs.
Of course you can, yes.
Right, not just by moving the auto level round in a circle like.
The whole apparatus.
Yeah, that's correct. And I've put the pictures in the general chat of the adjustment mechanism and the manual that says how to adjust it.
I'm sure crooked crosshairs are definitely the most accurate and consistent way to go.
Yeah. Do you find the tilt of the horizontal within adjusting your crosshairs?
What?
Yeah, can you adjust your crosshairs to find the tilt? Because that's what Jesse's after trying to find, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What, the tilt?
There's the what's the tilt?
Well, you know that when you use surveying techniques, you can only measure from a point to a point, right? So you can't actually measure a curve. It's what we call impossible. So rather than looking for the curve, Jesse quite wisely has had a word with Bilu, and he's now looking for the tilt. Right?
I don't understand what you're talking about.
I know. I don't expect geometrically illiterate people to understand.
So he uses a theodolite. I'm presuming that's what I'm thinking you're talking about.
I don't know.
We're talking about using an auto level. When you
an auto level,
Jesse doesn't use an auto level. No,
he normally uses a theodolite.
He can't imagine. So you know what he usually uses now, do you?
Aha.
What's the big difference between a theodolite and an auto level? Do you know?
The theodolite measures angles accurately. The auto level has one function, and that is to measure level. It has a reticule that you can use to estimate angles.
Estimate angles?
Interesting.
Did Ruhif tell you to do that?
So
Is that
within
within the
millimeter,
study
right?
hairs?
What about your grade rod? Do you see your grade rod 26 kilometers away?
Sorry, what was that?
I was just going to ask, are surveyors
sight
able
your
to
grade
make
rod
horizontal
26
plane?
kilometers away?
surveyors don't try to prove flat or round Earth because they know
No,
already
they
the
don't.
answer. That's
I don't
right.
think
They know
anybody said that was
the
the
answer.
case.
So a geodetic
But
surveyor would not use an auto level over that distance because there's no purpose. There's no purpose to use it like that
Nope.
except to show you
Nope.
people that the Earth is curved.
That
That's
you have no
my
idea how
purpose.
perspective works.
Can a surveyor
if you
create a
knew how
horizontal?
perspective, if you knew how perspective works, then you can tell me why does not the ocean rise to eye level?
Pardon?
It's on a plane.
Because your
No.
eyes aren't on the ground.
No. You don't answer a question like that. Because that's a double
Sure.
loaded
I got no
question.
problem. I know it
I've
is.
shown a picture.
It's like saying
I've
you
shown
still
a
beat your
picture.
wife.
You know what? I will
I've
put
shown
my
a
eyes
picture.
on the
You
ground.
still beat your wife.
I will put my eyes, and the horizon will be at my eye level.
What about if your eye level is 15 meters above the ground? Why does
Then the horizon is 15 meters below my eye line.
in the distance? Why doesn't the
At
ocean?
whatever distance it is?
Rob,
the thing is, I can't
careful.
tell that distance exactly.
He's talking about the ground.
I know.
Well, the ground
I know
could
he
rise
is.
up in front of you.
But my eyes aren't on the ground.
Yeah, but
My
if
eyes
they're
aren't on the
15
ground.
meters above the ground at one point, 15 meters in front of you, there could be a wall.
Yep.
Right, so you can't see.
Yeah, no, I know.
Right, so make sure you confirm with this Muppet that when he says ground, he means
he's
water
just
level.
So in 100 miles away, for example, how high would 15 meters look?
Like,
would it be smaller
like
than
the Suez
Would
Canal?
it be very small?
Like the Suez Canal. Like
So
100 meters along the Suez Canal.
I have to go now, so sorry about that.
What? Isn't it early for you right now?
No, look,
Yeah, it's only 3 p.m.
Yeah. So I have to go. I've got other things to do, but thanks for chatting.
Oh, well,
Thanks-
hey, yeah.
thanks for
it
popping
was,
by.
It was good talking to you. But I'm going to tell you right now, critical think.
Yeah, we
You've
had a
been
laugh.
around a long time. Your name needs to be changed because I am no longer going to call you critical think.
You do whatever you think is great, okay?
Okay, no problem, sir.
And
I will speak to you
just keep
time.
it polite, and we're all good.
Yeah. Pop by sometime.
I've been nothing but cordial with you, sir.
Teach you how to do some surveying at some point, right?
I'll teach you how to do some surveying too.
Oh, will you? Brilliant.
Yes, indeed.
Game on.
Okay.
Keep it local. I like that. Might be a
I make up
catchphrase.
is
That.
fine, local. Sorry, I had to change headsets. I hope this one's not.
Keep it local.
We
We need a
define
meme.
local.
DP needs to make a meme with that. Keep it local.
Ruhif's still hanging around. I noticed he tried to
been a
come
busy
back
day,
with
huh?
the angular
Oh, yeah, there is.
change of the auto level. I mean, is that the new call that's gone out? Ruhif, have you sent that one out?
I've seen the calls. No, the call for the last 2 days I figured out is they're really pressuring you to show them the completed test to prove that the Earth is
They're
flat.
trying to get the distraction, right? Because Ruhif has made a massive boob in saying that an auto level measures an angle. He misrepresented what the stadia hairs are for on an auto level, and said he pointed it out across some water from his mate's living room, and
Yeah, like 37 kilometers or something. Like, what are you guys talking about? That's not what the thing's designed.
He drew an angle on though. That was the big bad thing. Because it's an auto level, and auto levels aren't meant for that. And ever since I keep seeing these people popping up, and they keep showing pictures of auto levels looking out over massive distances over the horizon.
Bev, are those stadia hairs there for you to get a rough estimate of distance, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Do you want me to put that picture back in again so you can have a look? Because it does take a bit of getting used to the understanding of it. Right now, Sly Sparkane, I don't know if you've ever seen his videos. He puts this out. He likes to think he's being very clever with this, because I put this picture out on Twitter and said I think he's at 60 meters away. Now, I did that as a test, just to find out what they knew about this tool, because I'd never heard anybody do it. So we'll go over it, right?
Was he able to tell you how far away he was? Or
because I said 60 meters, which I knew was wrong, because we'd measured it out.
Yep.
Yeah, we'd measured it out, right, on the floor.
Yep.
So we actually knew the distances that we were at. So if you look in that scope, I mean, this was before we could do it properly. We've now got a better camera and a better zoom setup and all of that, better way of doing it. But you can see that the centre hair about his right hand, that's the horizontal, and that's marked at 250 something, 230 or whatever. But the above and below that, there are two shorter hairs, right? They're called stadia hairs, and they're at a ratio, right? They're set at a ratio of 1 to 100. So because you have an object like the staff that he's holding right there, and that has a known distances, they're all marked on the staff, and that's a bit of it's marked at the ½ centimeter mark, so it looks like there's more on that one. So they're 5 millimeters each of those little marks. But this is a good picture, because you can see at the bottom one there, that bottom line is right at the line where the yellow meets the white. Now that's a 1 meter marker, that line where the yellow meets the white one. So you've got a 0 mark there.
Goes to 0.
Yeah, you've got 0 at the bottom. So all you need to do, there's no maths involved, because you just measure the top one. And the top one's around 5. Right? So you can say from that, call that 50 centimeters, half a meter, that you times that by 100, and it turns into 50 meters. So that simple little times 100 calculation, it gives you
a... said it was 60.
And I said it was 60, yeah, testing them.
Right. Did any of them pick it up?
Yeah, they still use it now. Sly uses it as though I didn't know what I was talking about. But what I did was I found out. Right, now, see, now the implication of this is, as he moves further away, the compression occurs around that centre point, and more numbers fit into it. So as he goes further back, 60, if he goes to 60 meters, there will be 60 centimeters within that thing. So you can sort of estimate distance with that. But when they say that, what they actually mean, because things in the distance, like big distance, get magnified and all sorts of weird shit happens. So that is only an estimation within the working operative range. Now, can you see that we're in a car park there, and that is 50 meters? right at the back, there's some boards. Now, they are about 250 meters away. So
Yeah, and you can't even make them out.
Right, so what we would do is we moved that auto level, that staff, all the way back to that wall. Now, as you can see, the hair there is, you know, it's not brilliant, but I mean, as you're looking through it, you do get a better view than what the camera gives you, because you know the camera makes it a bit longer and whatnot. We've sorted it, but as he goes back, because the hair, that little line, is within the lens, as everything shrinks in the distance, obviously the line, the crosshair, doesn't shrink at all. So more and more of that line fits into that line, right? So at that 250 meters away, you
was it 25
struggle to be able to look and see with that hair 3 to 5 mil. You know, you could probably guess it around 5 mils, but that's all you'd be doing. You'd be guessing.
Are we talking about stadia hairs now?
No, we'd be talking about the actual measurement hair.
Yeah.
Hang on.
The grade rod. On the grade rod, right?
Yeah, on the grade rod, you wouldn't be able to read it. So that was the test that we did first off when we first got the optics, right? We obviously, if you want to be millimeter accurate, you have to have your rod guy within the range where you can read a millimeter. If you can't read millimeter accurately, then there's no point.
Can Bev?
What?
Does Bev still have you muted?
Oh, I don't know. Do you have Ruhif muted, Bev?
No.
Okay, so you can hear me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, while he was talking, yeah,
yeah.
hear you fine.
Okay, cool.
Interrupted.
Well,
I could hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I didn't know if I was interrupting. So.
Did you have me unmuted? Could you hear me?
I do. I unmuted everyone.
Okay.
So now that no one could answer the question.
When you could hear me talking, you could hear me talking. Did you think? Did you think your words were more important?
Whether you had me muted.
Does not carry this on.
That still means you interrupted him because you could hear him talking. So it didn't matter whether he could hear you or not. You're still interrupting him, aren't you?
Page, whatever.
But you are, because you're interrupting me being able to hear him. So yeah, it is still an interruption. You're just being silly.
Do you want to talk about your auto level, Bev, and the stadium marks?
Not with you. We've just been talking about it. We've done it, right? Did I mention angle once?
I don't know. Do you think that there is?
No, Ruhif, I wasn't talking to you.
I'm going to speak anyway. The angle between the
I know you weren't here, so why would I be asking you if I'd mentioned angle once?
Is the angle between the stadium marks 10 milliradians? Yes or no?
No.
Oh, then how are you getting a distance?
Like I've just said, you look and you read the numbers. That's what you do.
Right. So that on your picture, there's 50 centimeters, is it? Right. There's 50 centimeters on your picture.
Have a look.
How do you get? Yeah, it looks like 50 to me.
Right.
How do you get 50 meters from that?
What you do is you measure, and then you times it by 100 because there is a ratio of 1 to 100 built in to the stadia hairs.
Jumped in here, right? You just kind of jumped in here, right?
Yeah. What does the ratio mean, Ben?
While we're in the middle of
I've already explained it, Ruhif.
Yeah. Where does it come from? They just pull it out of their ass?
26 kilometers away. This guy's shooting 250 meters, maybe. 50 meters, maybe. You're talking about using this thing 26 kilometers away. So you don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't use it at 250 meters. That would be useless. I'd say I could go to 100, but I'd do 50. I'd do 50.
Yeah. That
Where
was
does
pretty
the
easy to
ratio come
read
from?
there.
I know, but he just came in here to jump in, and he doesn't even know what's going on, and he's the one trying to use the tool 26 kilometers away without a grade rod. So shut up.
Yep.
You don't know what you're
Where does
talking
the
about.
ratio come from?
Riff,
Where does the ratio come from?
What's the effective range of the instrument?
Where does the ratio come from, Bev? 100 to 1. Where does it come from?
Comes from out the manual. It's in every surveying tool. A ratio of 1 to 100.
Why is it in the manual? Do they just pull a number out of their ass and go, oh, let's just fucking stick 100
No,
to 1 in
they
there?
put it on every scope so they know they can measure an average distance quickly.
How do they measure the distance?
Factor
It's
it
not an
in
angle.
to the optics of the
Because
scope.
it's 10 milliradians between the two stadia marks. That's where the 100 to 1 comes from.
Fantastic. Now,
So it
how
does
does
measure angle.
how does that help you?
I can measure a vertical angle with it.
You can measure a vertical angle.
Yes.
From what?
Because of the stadia marks.
But
Between the two
we're not
stadia marks is 10 milliradians.
And
create a horizontal.
Say again?
So you can measure an angle. Right, Ruhif? You can measure an angle, can you?
With an auto level, yes, you can.
Brilliant. You can. I wouldn't bother. Now, can you tell me what would the use of that angle
Well, the question wasn't
what
would you, can you?
What would you do with that angle?
Measure
Please.
it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I can convert a height of 50 centimeters, therefore, into a distance of 50 meters. That's what I can do with it.
You'd need to measure. You need to have a measuring rod there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, if I had a rod, yeah. If I could
So
measure
you
the height.
haven't got a rod. You just measuring an angle. You know, like when you did your picture when you were in your mate's room and you looked out over that water, right?
Yep.
You could measure an angle and then go on and then
match it to predictions of what we should see on a globe.
What? An angle?
And then match it. Yes.
You match an angle prediction.
Yes.
What's the angle?
As in, what angle did I measure? If you go back and look at my video.
What angle did you predict? Or what angle did you match it with? Because that's all you
Prediction
had.
of the
You
globe.
had an angle.
Yeah.
Okay, now...
And I can predict what the angle should be given my elevation.
The angle to what?
To the horizon.
From where?
From my elevation. I was...
So from
70
a
meters
certain
away.
height of a horizontal established at a certain height.
Yep.
You can predict an angle
To the horizon, yes.
Okay. And...
Why are you laughing, Rob? I don't understand why you're laughing at that.
Come on, what are we doing with
This is
this angle, Ruhif?
Because you're.
We're matching it to predictions.
What does this prediction match?
The measured angle?
A measured angle.
Yes. My measurement matched a prediction.
Does the
What is your
prediction match
prediction?
the prediction of the prediction match the measurement? What are you
Like,
talking
wait,
about?
no, don't. Let's not go too fast, right? You've got an angle.
Yes.
Right, now, what do you do with an angle?
I match it and see if it matches my prediction if we're living on a globe.
Right, now, an angle is just the division of a circle into parts. Yes?
Yes.
Well, so I've got an angle.
Yes. Can you do the geometry to predict what the angle should be on a globe?
No,
Are
because you would
capable of that?
need a length of a side, at least, you know, just to give you a little bit of something. But having an angle is
You don't need a
fucking useless.
You don't need a
Ruhif.
length. You don't need a length.
An angle.
You don't need a length. You just have to have an angle. You can. Do you not know the geometry to work out the angle?
To work out the angle of what, Ruhif?
If you are at a certain elevation and you are looking at the horizon, do you not know how to work out the angle from level? This is amazing. I thought you were the geometry king.
An angle is all you've got, Ruhif.
Yes.
Go on,
and
then.
I can make a prediction with the geometry
Go on.
as to what the angle
just
should be.
draw it for us.
Oh, fuck. No.
Yeah,
Hang
go on. All you've got is point A. Please draw me your angle and tell me your prediction.
Hang on.
In fact, have I still got my camera on? Because I think I'll have a go at this.
Yeah, you draw it. I haven't got a freaking whiteboard.
Maybe we should invest in one, sunshine.
Right. This
How
is
about- how
going
about you do the
to
drawing,
be
and I'll play with
interesting.
it.
DP, you can stand there, right? DP, he's got an auto level, right? Yeah. And he's looking through an auto level. Yeah.
Yep.
And, oh, we're establishing a
Draw a
horizontal, are we?
circle up.
Are we establishing a horizontal?
Yep.
With the auto level?
Yes. Draw a horizontal.
Okay.
All right. Now draw a globe underneath you, dude.
No. We've got an angle.
Yeah. Draw a globe underneath you, dude.
This is it. We've got...
What's that?
That's an angle.
Draw a globe underneath your guy.
No. This is it. You've
Yeah, I
got
know
an
you're
angle.
scared, Bev.
Your
I know- I
angle is
understand that you're
measured
scared, Bev.
from within this piece here. This is where you're looking. You're looking through there, looking at one of the lines in the end of this scope.
Yes.
And you're measuring an angle. I don't know how you're doing that. You're just
Draw
looking
a
at
globe
some
underneath
lines
the
in an
guy, Bev.
auto level, but you've got an angle.
You are terrified. Absolutely terrified.
No, this is it.
Okay, then draw a globe.
Why?
Draw a globe under it.
I could draw a ball here.
Yeah, draw a globe under it. Under the guy.
Oh, another one.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Do you guys look up to this guy?
We've got an angle. Come on. Let's see your sums.
Right. 2 straight lines coming out of that theodolite is all you've got. That even if you drew that line underneath, going diagonal down to the ground, that's your angle.
Yeah, that's it. Come on.
That's your angle. That's all you've got, Ruhif.
Do you not know geometry, Ruhif?
Do you not know geometry?
You've got an angle. Come on.
He's talking about 2D geometry, but then using it to do depth.
Come on, Ruhif. Your angle. What do we do with this? How do we use this angle that we've got?
Draw a line of sight from the theodolite to the horizon.
There. It's just a line.
No, that's horizontal. That's horizontal. Draw a line to the horizon. Which you will need to draw a globe for.
Why?
Because that's what I'm asking you to do.
No, this angle that you've measured when you look through the scope of this here. See the lines? They're in there, right? They're in between.
I know they're in there.
They're in between here and here. So when you are looking through here and you are measuring an angle between the lines, they are here, right?
Yeah.
So the angle you are measuring is in here.
Yeah, and the light coming in at an angle goes through those stadia lines. Right?
Yeah, so
Light
that's
comes in
where
at an
you
angle.
measure your angle. So that's your angle.
Yeah. So
And what
light
sort of
comes
an
in-
angle would you measure? What did
light
you say?
comes in at an angle.
Did you say 10 millirads?
10 milliradians between the top and the bottom stadia marks, yes.
Millirads. Right, there you go. There you go. Now, what do we do with that?
Well, draw a line between
I've already got
your-
your 2 lines, so this is the angle.
No,
Yeah, how do you
Bev.
need? You don't need that much of a line for an
and
angle.
extend that line of sight to the horizon.
Yeah, these are lines.
I know they're lines.
Well, you can
The
you
light
can
coming
extend a line in
Yeah,
geometry
Look,
infinitely.
This is why Sly says you're full of shit, because you
You
just play dumb.
imagine your lines. The angle is all you need is this little bit here. If you can imagine these lines going as long as you want in a straight line.
Extend that lower line to the horizon.
Just imagine. Tell us the geometry and how we're going to use this angle.
That won't change the angle of it. It won't change the angle, Ruhif, no matter how far he draws that line.
Yeah,
what is
go
wrong
on.
with you?
You're drawing it. Your angle. Because I think you said the other day, Ruhif, that it's a 3-part equation and you need 2.
Yes, you need 3 to. If you want to get angular size of something, you need the distance and the size, right?
Right.
You
And
agree.
so far, what you've got is an angle. So what do you do with the angle?
I compare it to what I predict.
Okay. Because when we did it the other day, and in that picture, we had the 2, we had the distance, didn't we? So therefore, we could estimate another distance. So we had 2 distance. We had an actual measuring rod, and with that, we could do the other measuring, right? So we didn't really need the angle, but you've got the angle. Now, what do you do with your angle?
I calculate what it should be on a globe.
You don't know geometry.
No, I don't think Bev knows this geometry. I guarantee you can't do this geometry.
You said
let me draw
10 millirads between those stadia hairs, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what are you doing with those 10 millirads? Let's go with that.
I'm measuring the angle.
You measure an angle of 10 millirads.
No, there's 10 milliradians between the 2 stadia hairs, and my measurement, I think, was like 4.5 or something below eye level.
Just said 10. I asked you
10
what angle
between them.
you had. You said 10.
Yeah,
and I asked you then, what are you going to do with that angle? And that's where you stalled, once you realised you can't do fuck all with an angle.
The angle between the 2 stadia marks is 10 milliradians.
Yes.
The horizon
said.
the horizon was about 4.5 from memory.
Brilliant.
4.5 milliradians.
So you've got
below
an
eye
even
level.
smaller angle now.
Yeah.
What are you doing with that?
I've answered that 10 times. I'm comparing it to predictions. What is the predicted angle on a globe if you are at 70 meters elevation? I guarantee you that you cannot do that geometry.
How did the predictions get
Wouldn't that depend on how far you are away from it?
No. Depends on
so
your
that
elevation.
angle, like, look at this here. You see this?
Depends on your elevation, that's all. And the radius, obviously.
See this?
Yeah, draw that under the auto level.
See the way this works? These angles, right? As they get further out, they get bigger.
Put that.
They
make that your
get
globe.
bigger.
Put that circle underneath the feet.
Really small here, close in. And then
Yeah,
as
I
they
don't
get
think
further
you
out,
can do
they
this,
get
Bev.
bigger.
I guarantee you can't do this, Bev.
So they get bigger, and then you've measured an angle.
Yes.
Oh,
Right, so how
Can
do you tell how far this line is when your angle gets bigger?
I reckon you
Because
cannot
you've
make a prediction
only
on a globe.
got a angle, Ruhif.
Yeah. Can
What
you
do
make a
you
prediction on a
do
globe?
with an angle? Because you
I
do
make
realise
a
that triangles are what you use to measure distances and angles.
Yeah, and I don't think
right?
you can do
And
this.
you've only got an angle. How can you make a triangle with one angle? All you've got's 2
I
straight
guarantee
lines.
you, Bev,
You've not even
Bev.
got a length of one of those straight lines.
We've got the radius.
You've got
If the Earth
fuck
is-
all, Ruhif.
Bev, listen.
In fact,
If-
you've got even
if-
less than
even
fuck all, because you haven't even got a clue what you're going to do next.
No, I do. I reckon you don't. If I give you a geometry challenge, I
No,
guarantee you can't.
we've
do it.
already given you the challenge, and that challenge is, what the fuck do you do with an angle?
I compare it to predictions.
Go on.
All right.
Why?
Now,
And
this is the
how
part
are
I
the
reckon you cannot
predictions
do.
made?
With geometry.
No,
If
what
the Earth
are
has a
the
radius-
predictions?
Show us what they did.
The prediction is if the Earth has a radius of 6,371 kilometers and you are at 70 meters elevation, what is your prediction for the angle down to the horizon? I guarantee you cannot do it.
Wait, go on. Are these tables out there? Who's wrote
No,
these
it's fine.
tables?
It's simple geometry.
It's simple geometry.
Yes.
Okay, go on.
Really simple geometry.
Go on.
No, I want you to do it. I'll give you as long as you want.
I'm asking you really simple geometry. Give us a geometry lesson and show us how you can use an angle of, what was it? 4.5 millirads?
4.5, I think it was.
Yeah,
4.5. That's what I said.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyone that has seen my videos knows that I can do geometry.
Go.
No, listen.
Okay.
4.5 millirads.
Listen.
Is what you've got. Let's go.
Okay, I'll start again when you're quiet.
We're waiting for you.
Right.
Come on, you've got
Anyone that
everyone
is-
here to teach. Look at all the people in the Discord. Come on, share your screen. Show us how you do it.
Anyone that has seen
Stop
my
stalling.
videos.
Stop stalling. Well, we haven't. So
I've
show
not
us.
seen your videos.
We're
Please,
all here
please
now.
show us.
Everyone
We're
that has
supposed to be
seen my
talking
videos.
about this. We're
Yeah,
supposed to
and
be
I'll-
having a. So it's up to you to support your claim.
Teach us,
so
please.
Go
I know
ahead.
you're trying to derail it, Paige. I know that you're trying to derail it. All right.
No,
so
I'm trying to
anyone
get you
that
back
has
on
seen-
the rails.
Yeah, well, I'll get a sentence out in a minute. Are we ready?
Stop trying to divert from doing what he's asked you to do. You've made a claim,
I've
so now
asked
support
him
it.
to do it. Bev claims to be
It's
this
your
fucking geometrical
claim.
genius.
It's
Bev
your
claims-
Look,
claim.
Ruhif, I don't claim to be anything that you keep saying that, but I know it's
Can you do
impossible to do anything with just an angle. I'd never be so retarded as to come in here and claim to be able to do that. So you trying to palm it off as though you can pass it on. So please, show us your massive intellect and show us what you do with an angle. Surely you've stalled for long enough for someone like Rumpus or, somebody to write you up something.
Does
Some
anyone
bullshit.
mind if I record this? Does anyone mind if I record this?
Go on, please do.
All right, hang on. Get OBS up.
Yes, by all means, record it.
Thank you. All right, Bev, if I gave you the radius of the Earth and the elevation, can you work out an angle below eye level that you would predict?
This doesn't sound like you explaining to us
So
how
that's
you
how
use
you
an
teach a
angle.
class, is it? If he was a teacher,
I'll-
he'd come into class and go, "Can you show me how to do this,
Yeah.
kids?"
Can I please record this? Right, Ruhif. Can you please back your claim of you being able to do something with an angle that you've
We're all sitting waiting.
pulled out of your arse out of an auto level? A
He
device
doesn't
that
acknowledge
isn't
that
meant
he
for
cannot do
measuring
this.
angles, but you've got one anyway. So please
that an
show us
acknowledgement
what
that
you
he
do
cannot do
with
it?
that
Just
angle.
assume we're all geometry illiterate.
Mhm.
Yep, you can go ahead and assume
I
that.
want Bev.
Ruhif, show us what you said you can do.
Yeah, as soon as
Not
Bev
what
says he
Bev said you
cannot
could
do
do,
it.
what you said.
Yeah,
you could do.
I will say it again. Yes. You've got an angle that you've pulled out of your arse. You
No, I can
cannot
do it with
do
the-
anything with an angle.
Right,
Okay,
the question
now,
is-
please, Ruhif, sort your problem out.
Right, as soon as you answer the question, I can go and draw it and show you.
You've got an angle that you've pulled out of your arse. You
No, I can
cannot
measure it with
do
the-
anything with an angle.
It'll take me a few minutes, but I'll do it. Right, I want to hear you say, I am incapable of doing this geometry. Bev, can you predict the angle down to the horizon
Ruhif,
if I
grow
give
the
you an
fuck
elevation?
up and just support your claim.
As soon as Bev says
My
he can't
God,
do
you're
it, I'll
acting
start
like
drawing.
You've got an angle that you've pulled out of your arse. You
No, I can
cannot
measure it with
do
the-
anything with an angle.
Absolute retard at the moment. This is your
Thanks.
claim.
Thanks,
You need to support it. Stop asking
Yeah.
Bev for shit and just get on with it.
When Bev answers the question that he cannot do
Oh
it,
my
then I'll do
God.
it.
How?
You've got an angle that you've pulled out of your arse. You
No, I
cannot
measured it with
do
the water
anything with an angle.
How old are you? 12?
42.
Stop swinging your dick around then and just get on with supporting your
Bev
claim.
thinks he's Bev
Right,
thinks
come
he's
on.
pretty good at it.
Who gives a fuck what
Let us
Bev
hear
thinks
it,
he
Paige.
can and what you think
Let's
he can
hear
do?
his question and see if it resembles anything like what he initially started with.
Right, so my question is, if I told you the radius of an Earth is 6,371 kilometers...
Is that your auto level in your mate's back room?
It will be, yes.
Right, so
And
that's what you started off with, right? Is that, yeah?
This is a geometry question. Ben.
No.
Geometry.
This is what you did with your auto level, and we are relating it to the angle that you generated.
measured the
Right,
angle. I
okay,
measured
so
the angle
this
in
is your
reality.
auto level in that place, right? So we are getting what you starting with. What's your start?
Say again?
What's the start of your geometry question?
The geometry question, if the radius of the Earth is 6,371 kilometers, and if I am at 76 meters elevation, what is the predicted angle to the horizon?
The horizon on a circle.
Yeah, you can model it with a circle. That's fine.
That's impossible.
That's impossible. Excellent. So you acknowledge that you cannot do it.
No, I acknowledge that the horizon is a straight line because it is parallel with horizontal.
No,
so
what is the
you've
angle?
just
You're saying that
generated
you
a
cannot-
circle.
Oh, Jesus, this is not hard.
So are you putting a distance to the horizon there in that little
No,
calculation?
I've just got an angle. Just got an angle.
You've just
I've
got an
the
angle,
and the
okay.
radius.
Oh, and
Yeah,
a radius.
Angle, radius.
Where did you get the radius from?
It's my model. My model says the radius is this.
But you've just got an angle.
Yeah, and I'm asking you with the
Because they know
radius.
it's the globe, so...
No, you.
With that radius.
No, not only have you generated an angle from a device that isn't meant for measuring angles,
It can measure an angle.
you've
It can measure an
also generated a massive spherical object from somewhere.
Yep.
If the Earth is a globe with this radius, and if you
Yeah,
are at
then
76 meters elevation,
then the surface
can
of liquid
you-
water must curve.
Yes. Can you predict the angle down to the horizon?
I don't predict things like that. I'm not a
Yeah.
not a. I haven't got no crystal
Oh,
ball.
Lordy. Can you do the geometry to work it out?
Could I do?
What else-
Could I
what
do
else
the
is your model
fictitious
doing?
imaginometry to do it? I could do, yeah.
Okay, so let's
No,
ignore
no,
what
no.
the Earth
They-
is.
for
Let's
you,
say-
please show us.
fictitious geometry.
Yeah.
Then let's just do a
What
pure
else?
geometry
Yeah,
problem.
what else is your geometry predictor?
It's 4:30 in the morning, Ruhif. I'd rather not.
Yes.
Can you please show us what you do with your angle, please?
As soon as you tell me that you are incapable of doing it yourself.
Fucking hell, Rufus.
He just went
Not
through
angle.
it, for fuck's sake.
Model.
Stop
Just a model.
stalling.
Just a model.
So, Bev.
Right?
Bev,
Oh,
if I
fuck
draw
you
you
are
a
such an
circle,
arrogant prick, Ruhif.
fuck off, Paige. If I draw you a circle,
Just
Bev,
support your claim. Stop asking
You're gonna
Bev
draw
to do
me a
shit for
circle.
you.
I feel so special.
all right. So if I draw you a circle and the radius is 6,300.
Where did you get that from? You've got an angle.
It's just a circle.
Did you
I'm just drawing a
generate
circle.
that circle from your angle that you measured?
I'm
I would
drawing a
love it if
geometry problem for you,
Ruiv could not say the word if. Like, if I draw you a circle,
Yeah, well,
or
I'm
if I
making a
do
prediction.
this, or if my prediction, or if, I was...
Let me draw it.
Hey,
Let me draw
come
it. Hold on.
Come on, Ruiv. Just
Let me draw it.
be
Your
direct,
angle,
straight,
Ruhif, please. What are you doing with your angle?
Yeah, I've told you that many times, Bev, that you know what I'm doing with it.
I don't know yet. If
Yeah,
anybody
I'm
here
making a
could
prediction.
inform me of what Ruhif's doing with his angle, please.
Yeah,
he's
I'm comparing it.
using the word if. That's
Hmm.
what he's doing, Ben. He's like, if I had an angle, if I did this.
Yeah.
If I did that.
Oops, hang on. All right, hang on.
Ooh, that sounded like Fight the Flat Earth.
What did? Hang on.
It's a nervous thing that he does, you know. It's one of his tells.
It's a dead air filling, yeah. How do I share my...
Rumpus when he has to tell us every little step he's doing along the way.
Exactly.
Okay,
How do I share my...
and then do, and then I have to do this, and then do.
Yeah, that's nervous, that, you know.
Yeah,
It's nervous.
sound.
He
Yeah.
doesn't want you talking.
Because
How
they
do I
have
share
to
my
fill
screen?
the space, right?
Yeah.
They have to fill the space.
Yeah, he's got to fill the space so we can't, say anything.
Can someone tell me how to share the screen?
Click
There's
share
a button
screen.
with screen at the bottom.
Oh, all right. Share screen.
I'll quit my video.
There we go. Can you see it?
Yeah.
All right. Are you capable of predicting that or calculating that angle X?
Predicting or calculating?
Yeah. Can you calculate the angle X? Are you capable of calculating X?
Measured within the lens of an auto level.
No, this is a geometry problem.
On the
Pure
drawing.
geometry.
On the drawing, Bev. On the drawing.
Pure geometry problem. Can you, Bev, calculate the angle X?
Can I calculate?
On the drawing.
Come on, Bev. You can do it. Come on.
I'm not right at this minute, no.
But you can have until tomorrow. That's fine. I'll give you till tomorrow.
No, listen, Ruhif. This is a really stupid imaginometry thing. Now, can you tell me the purpose for me to calculate this?
Because I want to know whether you're capable of doing the geometry.
That,
I will
no,
give you until
see,
tomorrow.
what you did, right? You didn't calculate that. You said you measured it.
My measurement is to be compared to my
Listen how
calculation.
squeaky that voice got. I did.
Oh, hey. Anyway, Bev, I'll give you 24 hours.
What?
Bev, I'll give you 24 hours.
Don't be giving me time.
You 24 hours.
I can't do anything with your time, Ruhif.
We have a deadline. We have a deadline.
Yeah.
Paige, you've got 24 hours as
That has to
well.
be the funniest thing I've heard in like a week. You can go fuck yourself, Ruhif, you arrogant bastard. My
Paige?
God.
Paige, I'll give you $200 if you do
Right.
it.
If you
So-
were here, seriously, mate,
Please,
I just whacked
Ruhif.
upside the head. What the fuck are you on
Ruhif,
about?
what are
Telling me
you
I've got 24
doing
hours?
with that angle?
I'm comparing it to a measurement.
What are you doing with that angle?
I'm comparing it
And
to measurement.
what are you doing with it?
If it matches my prediction.
Ah,
it
right,
gives
so
credence to
you've
the
got
Earth being
an
round.
angle and you're going to go, ooh, I think I might predict 4.5 millirads. Would that sound
Hang on.
okay?
Hang on. Wait a minute.
Could I have just a guess?
Hang on. Give me 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Is that to calculate it or just to have a guess?
Ruhif threw down the gauntlet.
It's to try
you
and
have
fix
24
my
hours,
son's
otherwise the Earth
It's
explodes.
acting really weird.
No, he's got 24 hours to show that he can actually do geometry. Anyway, give me 2 minutes while I fix this computer.
Actually
Well, he
do
just can't
geometry.
prove it
What's he
in front of your
talking about?
He's not doing jump.
I don't know if he knows what geometry is.
It's almost there, buddy.
I'm pretty convinced he doesn't, but now.
Is there some sort of progress bar or something?
Maybe come back in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ruhif, hot mic.
No. I don't have a hot mic because I'm turning off that. Sorry, can you hear me talking to my son?
Yeah.
I thought I turned
That's why
the
he
mic
told
off.
you you had a hot mic.
Yeah, he doesn't have a hot mic. Yes, you did. You
No,
had
I
a
don't
hot
think so
mic.
Really?
Yes.
I've got a.
Why would somebody tell you you've got a hot mic if you didn't have a hot mic?
Okay,
We're
so
not into
just to
lying
be-
to people around here, you know.
No, I know, but I mean, I've got a. Hang on. Which microphone am I on?
Yeah, but he just assumed we weren't telling the truth for some reason.
Output device, input device.
Aha. All right. I'm going to start talking and then go quiet.
Well, that
Did
sounds
that work?
better. Oh,
yeah.
you came
so
back.
my input was wrong. Right. Yeah. So I'll give you 24 hours to do.
Have
the
you
geometry.
stalled for long enough yet? What? Is 4.5 millirads a good one?
Yeah. I'll give you 24 hours, Bev.
Is
to see if you
4.5
can do
millirads a good guess? An estimate. I'll just have a guess. Now.
He's just done it for you. There you go, Ruhif. So now your turn.
What do we do with
show me
that?
the formula.
What was your prediction?
All you needed was a prediction. Yours was 4.5, so
No,
yours
I
is
want to
too.
know
There you go.
Yeah.
whether Bev
Done.
Can do
And
the
just out of
geometry.
courtesy,
He did it.
We'll
He
give,
just
we'll give
did it.
Ruhif 24 hours, right? Just out of courtesy.
Yeah.
You should give him 12.
No. He was going to show us now. What's he doing with the angle?
Oh, I know.
You just
Oh,
predicted.
we're never going to get it out of him now. He's stalled and stalled and stalled forever.
Bev
Predict.
can't do it.
Predict.
He's never going
cannot do
to
it.
support his claim. Ever.
Hang on. Fuck, how do I stop sharing my screen now?
He's
Do you know-
full of bluster and hot air and no actual substance.
You need
like I
you
said,
need a right
anyone
angle
that's
triangle
seen any of my
usually, don't you,
videos knows that I
to
can
do
do
anything
it.
with it
You're
for
here now,
Pythagoras.
Rufus. We're all here now. We're
Yeah,
having
and I
class
wanna know-
right now.
I want to know
So,
how many of you
come on,
guys
support
cannot do
your
geometry.
claim.
Yeah, you guys are talking
It
about the
doesn't matter
geometry
what
of
we
the Earth.
can or can't do, Ruhif. This is your
It
claim.
does.
You've come in
It
here
does.
telling us you are able to do this.
you
Please
guys are
show
telling
us
people-
how you are able to do this.
Paige, relax. You guys tell us.
No,
the
I agree with
geometry of the
Paige.
You
Earth.
have
Come on,
stalled
Ruhif.
and
You have to
stalled
show
and
it, right?
stalled.
You
Yeah.
tested Bev. You've tested on panel.
Has Bev
Come
said
on,
he
man.
cannot do it?
What have you
You're
shown?
pathetic, Ruhif.
Has Bev
Absolutely
said that he is
pathetic.
incapable?
You've shown us, Ruhif, that you cannot
I want a
do
quote
it.
from you, Bev.
You are full of shite. Everyone knows it. They can all hear you stalling. They're stalling from giving the answer that should be really simple. But you can't do
Should
it.
be, and that's why I want a soundbite from you saying I'm incapable of doing this.
You
geometry.
are
Give that
incapable of
soundbite.
doing it, Ruhif.
You
Everyone will
definitely
agree.
You are incapable because you're not doing it. Instead of just getting
like I
your
said.
screen share out and doing it, you are literally demonstrating you can't do it.
And he's
Too
given us the
concerned with
soundbite
what
that
Bev
he so badly
can
wants.
or can't do.
You guys are telling us the geometry of the Earth, yet cannot do simple
No,
geometry.
you are
no, we're
telling
not.
us.
You can't do it, Bev. I know you can't do it.
No. PhD Tony.
You're making the claim.
PhD Tony told us that Euclidean geometry is called flat Earth geometry. Now, is that what you think when you say we are giving you the geometry of the Earth? Is that what you think we're doing?
No. You
No.
are telling me what the geometry of the Earth is.
No.
You are saying it's flat. Is that correct?
Pardon?
Are you a flat earther?
No. Do you not know me, Ruhif? What are you doing?
People say that you're this. Flat
Pe-
earthers say you're
people say loads of shit about me, and guess what? Not most of it is probably not true, right? One
So
of
the
the
question is,
things that people have
can
said
you
to me for years, Ruhif, is I am a flat earther. Now, every time I've had to say it's not 100% not flat. I
Are
can
you
measure
capable?
a vertical change in elevation. Therefore, the earth, the land we are on, is measured as three-dimensional, i.e. not two-dimensional flat.
All right. Are
But,
you capable of
however,
doing that?
Ruhif, I've not finished.
Go on, I've got to go.
However, the water level is horizontal. I can prove it.
Hang on.
So, no, I am not a flat earther. I just live in reality.
Bev,
Final
when you
question.
did your
Are you
If,
capable, are you capable of
Bev-
doing
Bev
this geometry
can-
problem? Yes or no? Are
Bev
you
can
capable
prove
of doing
some
this
things.
geometry?
Ruhif, what can you prove?
Yeah.
What
I just
can
want to
you
ask a
prove?
question. Then I've
Get
got some
fucked,
shit to
Roo.
do.
If you're not getting your
All right.
fucking soundbite, just fuck off.
All right. So he can't do
Get
it. I'll give you
fucked.
24 hours, Bev.
Get
All right.
fucked. You're not having your soundbite. You slimy piece of shit. Just get fucked. You
I love
said
you,
if you
Faith.
didn't have time, so off you go.
All
Off
right.
you go.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Or
Bye.
tomorrow, coming back. That'll be
Bev, is your
good.
100?
Oh, that shits me. Just wanting a fucking soundbite. The scummy fucking
Oh,
turd.
he's wrecked.
Bev, is your 100-meter thing that you did? Is that on your channel? Try thinking.
No, because I was out there doing it. Somebody else will have recorded it, but I don't know. We're going to be doing it again anyway, so
All right.
you can be there for the next one when we do it. We've got to
I don't
press your
think
test
I could
first.
I would watch it definitely.
So, it's just
Yeah,
us
good
messing
job, Bev.
about. Yeah, Ruhif is wrecked because, as everyone can see there, right? I'll explain it to you. The outline of what he just did. He had an angle.
Sure.
It
I'm
means
just gonna go on mute. I'm still here, though.
absolutely nothing. An angle. In order to measure and do anything with geometry, you need a triangle. It's the only shape you can predict angles and distances and sides of. Is a triangle, mainly a right-angled triangle. That's why the relationship between horizontal and vertical are needed so much for whenever you make this triangle. Now, in order to make a triangle, it has 3 angles, and one of them is usually 90, which helps you with trigonometry and Pythagorean theorem. But you normally have to know a length of the side and an angle, and the other one has to be a 90 degrees usually. But so knowing that you have one angle doesn't help you at all.
You're saying that I couldn't just, assume vertical, right? Assume vertical, and then choose an arbitrary point out to my horizontal.
No, the device that he had was the horizontal.
Right triangle. You're saying I couldn't do that, right?
So the device he had,
Yes,
auto level, right, is the device that he said he could measure an angle with. Now you can't. So all he's got is a device with a horizontal line in there. Now he says he can generate an angle from the stadia hairs. So that's it. That's the angle he has got. Now, what do you do with that? Ask yourself, what could you do with that angle?
It's all bullshit because looking through stadia hairs and shit, optics and stuff, you're never going to get a horizontal, first of all. A direct horizontal. It depends on conditions and all that stuff.
You do get a horizontal, yeah? That's what the tool's used for.
If you've only got an angle, you can't do anything at all with it unless you do something else, like assume a radius. Or
No, you can't do anything with it at all. Nothing.
Yeah, can't do anything with an angle.
Bev, what I'm saying though is when you look through an optic, you're that horizontal that we think is supposed to be right angle triangle, right? Vertical, horizontal.
No, it's just a horizontal.
Once I put my eye up to that optic, right, it could be set perfectly horizontal and level.
It would be.
Right? It could be. Once
It
I put
would
my
be.
eye up to it, yeah, it is. It is set that way. But once I put my eye up to it, there we go. You have optical. No, I'm not talking about looking off in the distance or anything. I'm just saying once you put. What if I was wearing glasses and then I look through the transit, right? Like there's so many.
You'd see the horizontal crosshairs, and you would measure a distance.
And if you have a story pole, and then you can read the number, then it's accurate. That I don't get. The crosshairs are not in a different place. It's the objects in the distance that are in a different place. That's why you can't use it over distance.
Well, due to what, Rakia? Why are the
due to
objects
atmospheric
in the
conditions,
distance?
but the crosshairs are not. The crosshairs are
Yeah, yeah.
exactly horizontal.
I get you.
That's what the tool does. I don't get the dilemma here. Like, either we're talking past
Rumpus
each
and
other
all of that have told him about a margin of error and you can't really tell and you've got to be a bit vague and all of that. It's like, no. No. People who work with this shit want to be precise. And not just like, if you can be a millimeter accurate, your mate's going to want to be fucking half a millimeter accurate. That's what it's like in this fucking business.
Rocky, I have a small idea. Yes, I use all the equipment you use every single day or, from day to day. Okay, I get it. Local scale, it works perfect. Love it. Now, Rocky, I want you to imagine that perspective drawing where all the lines are coming down and up and into that horizontal line.
Imagine
just
nothing.
imagine
No,
this, okay?
no, I'm not wasting my time with you imagining. No.
You have to.
No, I don't. I promise you I don't.
Why.
I promise you I don't. No, I don't. I promise you.
Okay.
I can tell you why I don't have to waste my time doing imagination. Because I deal in reality.
Okay.
Period.
Do
you want to talk about
let me
that?
Rephrase
We can
the
talk
question.
about that.
Let me rephrase the question. You know those perspective line, that drawing that comes down, right, with all the angles coming down to that horizontal line, and there's lines coming up. It goes to a singular point. Do you know that drawing? Don't imagine it, but you've seen that.
Yes.
Perspective. Okay. Now, imagine this, Rakia, and I'm gonna say this. Hold on. Now, if I had my auto level or my fucking transit right down on the ground, right at that drawing, 5 feet away, 10 feet away, 100 feet away, 100 yards away, right? I could zoom right into that focal point. Okay. Now, if I raise my transit, right, the Stadia doesn't give a fuck about perspective, right? It's gonna shoot higher. The Stadia is always going to shoot higher. It doesn't give a fuck about perspective lines like the drawing in the background. Okay? It's going to shoot a little bit higher, even though it's perfectly level, perfect transit, perfect horizontal. Okay? That's what I'm getting at. Do you kind of follow me there? So if I even stand up 5 feet and I zoom in with my fucking transit.
Yeah, your horizontal is going to be 5. If you're over water, your horizontal line that you created is going to be 5 foot above the water until you get to a distance where it's inaccurate.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's what they call curvature.
No, it's not. That's what I'm trying to say. You don't need to talk about anything else. There is no imagination in that. And guess what? If you put a stake at that mark, at where your level is, and where over the 500 feet away, and then you take a water level, just a tube filled with water with no air pockets, and you put it on those 2 marks, guess where the water's going to be? Exactly horizontal with those 2 marks.
Exactly.
Water levels are way more accurate than theodolites because they don't deal with any atmospheric conditions except for heat. Now, extreme heat changes will make them off, but not very much. Like, I doubt you could even measure it. It's just basically in theory. I mean, you could heat a section of the tube and it might, create pressure and all that, but it's not much, especially if you're using a long distance tube. It's going to equalize. Even the heat is going to equalize it's going to disperse through the water. It is so accurate. That's what they base everything on. I mean, come on, man. This is just, this is mind control is what it is. This is childish. I can't believe that I was tricked by it, right? I really wasn't tricked. I just never thought about it. I didn't care, just like everybody else. Now that I care and think about it, it's easy. But all that BS about you wanting to, play a Glober or teach us how they're going to come at us and all that, that's just a waste of time, man. You don't think we're smart enough to know all those tricks? We're way ahead of that, man. It's just a waste of time when you do that.
Well, I can already see through the water level, just on a local scale. You can see through it, right?
I'm telling you, straight up, we could have talked about so many more important things than all your BS earlier. It's aggravating, man.
I was muted for like 2 hours.
I know, but I'm talking about when you weren't muted for that hour and you talked and talked and talked about nothing, playing like a Glober, coming at us like you're a Glober. Nonsense, man. We're way
Why?
beyond
Because
that.
I would love to have Bev's experiment,
Because
extend it
we
out
are
over distance.
way
I would love
beyond that. It was a waste of time. I told you back then. I'm telling you now.
Yeah, it's a bullshit, Aaron.
Yeah.
It's totally stupid, man.
I mean, you call it an experiment, but you haven't even got a clue what the experiment is. Observe phenomena, please. Go on, have a go at the observed phenomena. What do you reckon?
What's the... If it's not an experiment, what is it? Or
I asked you, if you called it an experiment, what is the observed phenomena, please?
From a water level?
Yeah, you're coming at it from a baller. You've just said it's an experiment. Please tell me what the experiment is.
That was my question. How do you observe a water level? How do you observe it?
Well, naturally observed phenomena, please. What do you reckon?
From
Give us a guess.
From point to point?
Give us a guess. We're trying to make it into an experiment. Naturally observed phenomena, please.
Yeah. You never observe that.
What do you see?
You never observe a water level.
What do you see?
Tell me when and where.
Naturally observed phenomena. Oh, look, I see water level. Oh, look, that is a naturally observed phenomena. My God, this might actually be an experiment.
I don't see water levels existing in nature. I don't see that.
You've never seen a lake?
Okay, now you're talking about natural phenomena. Not
just what he asked you.
phenomenon
Natural
or something.
phenomena observed,
Come on,
please.
dude.
Natural observed phenomena observed, please. You know, natural science, water level.
I saw water when I went to a lake.
Okay, brilliant. Well done. Right, now let's have a go. Dependent variable? Independent variable. What can we do?
Make a hypothesis, right?
Yeah, go on.
Should this water curve or not?
It establishes a level.
What?
It establishes a level, does it? Can we test? Can we test whether that level? Can we test whether that level is straight or curved?
Are gonna tear you apart.
Can we test? I'm asking you, Aaron. Can we test whether that level is straight or curved? Do you think it's possible?
What? Hold on. You asked me for an observed phenomenon. I said, I walked up to a lake.
Water level. Yeah, we've seen water level. Brilliant. That's step one. Done.
I see water.
Yeah.
What I said. I see water.
Okay, the naturally observed phenomena.
No nothing.
Okay,
no tubes.
So now we're after independent and dependent variable. Let's just work through it. Let's just spitball this shit.
Yeah, I already told you what the dependent variable was.
Freestyle science this shit.
What's the independent variable?
Well, we could try altering a height, couldn't we? Would that be classed as a thing? What about could we add or subtract water from the water level and see whether that has an effect.
No
could we add water to one end and time how long it takes for the other end to change?
Anybody can walk up to a lake with no water.
I think we could. We might be able to do this, Aaron. This is looking much better. Do you think we might be able to add a bit in the middle and check whether the pressure reaches an equilibrium at a certain point?
Now you're talking. So
yeah, there's loads of stuff we can do. This is proper science. The shit out of this shit, right? So again, do you think we might be able to actually make this into an experiment?
I would help. I would donate.
Do you think hydrostatics might be able to prove?
We're not going to do it. We're not going to do it on a small scale, 100 yards, 300 yards.
Aaron,
it's going to have to be over a long.
See how you're walking through right now, Aaron? You see what you're doing here, Aaron? You just want to hear yourself talk and waste time, don't you? I don't get it, man. Are you drinking?
You don't actually sound like you want to help here, Aaron.
Yeah, it's just
like why are you doing that? We're doing some actual spitballing science here. We're seeing whether we might be able to do something. What do you reckon?
Spitballing? You just told me about the scientific method, right? And then you
did I just teach you about the scientific method then?
You questioned me about it.
No, yeah, we're trying to work out. Do you think, now, the question is, do you think there might be a way for us to use hydrostatic pressure and the equilibrium reached by the water level at that zero pressure state in order to help us decide whether water can sustain itself under weight with a hump in the middle? In order to determine whether level is a straight line or a curved line.
That would be a great test.
Right. Do you think we might be able to do it with geometry as well?
It would be a great
because like
test.
some of the baller top surveyors, some of the ballers top surveyors say it is measurable, Aaron. So it could be done with geometry, and it could also be done with science and science testing, Aaron. Now, how many of your friends do you reckon you could get involved in this? Are you excited?
Yeah, definitely.
Do you think there might be a way for us to actually prove whether level is a straight line or a curved line?
How much do you think it'll cost?
Do you think there might be a way for us to determine whether level is a straight line or a curved line using whatever methods, geometry, or maybe the pressure test like we were just explaining earlier, or some science? Do you think we can tell whether a line is straight or curved?
Geometry is a calculation, isn't it? Always.
Measurement.
And always has been.
Measurement.
It's a calculation.
Line and form. That is where we get proofs from.
Okay, I'll answer the question. Yeah, yes, I got lots of fans that would like to support the cause.
No, that is not what I asked. I don't want a cause. I'm asking you, do you think it is possible for us, do you think it's possible for us to tell whether a line is a straight line or a curved line using mathematics, geometry, or science?
Calculations or calculation. Which one? Mathematics, geometry, which are calculations, or science, which is calculations. And both of you guys are both going to
answer the question. You're worse than Rue here.
No, it's not possible. It's It's not possible. You can't do it.
Can't tell
The
whether a
main
line's straight
surveyor.
or curved.
You can't
The
tell
main
if a line is
surveyor.
straight or curved. You're kidding me, Aaron.
Bev, you can't do it.
Aaron,
You're done.
Aaron,
You're done.
Aaron,
What the fuck?
Gone.
Aaron, your mentor, the main surveyor, said you could establish a horizontal line over a mile.
Yeah,
What do you
that's
say
what I'm
about that?
saying. You can't do it because he's not my mentor, right? You just
Yeah,
can't
apparently
do
he
it.
is.
Okay, well, he said you can. I'm saying you can't.
Globehead.
You
Yeah.
can't tell the difference between a straight and a curved line.
Yeah, he can't.
It
He
depends
can't. He couldn't
on
even
the
work out a
distance
way
that
for
he's
you to
talking
find
about.
out whether it is or not.
Globehead.
Yeah. Wow. Look at the
Yeah,
lengths
for
we've come
sure.
to
My
now,
God.
right? We've got Ruhif making
them out.
angles into
Flush them out.
Jump on the bandwagon, everybody. Everybody jump on the bandwagon.
Yeah,
dude.
flush
You know, it's
him
a
out.
fucking globe head.
Flush them out.
All I'm saying is no, you cannot, Bev. There's no way for us, even throw as much money at it as we want, to prove a straight
Nobody
line.
said anything about the money, man.
Oh my God, Aaron, have another drink, mate. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
he's wasted. Yeah, I'm about to ban
It's a
him.
straight line.
Bev said,
Like,
ask
wow,
for money.
a
I didn't
kindergartner
say
could
that,
do it.
guys. Why are you guys putting Paige? Be careful. Paige.
It was a simple
I never
question. Can you
said
tell the
that,
difference between a
okay?
straight line and a curved line?
Whiz.
You said
Okay.
no.
I said no.
That is lunacy. That's lunacy.
Well,
to not
then,
be able to
Paige,
tell the
can
difference
you
between a straight line and a curved line.
Can you explain how
Who's
we can
been
do that?
telling you you're stupid for how long have they been saying it? Right?
Yeah, exactly.
And have
yeah.
you found out over
Exactly.
the last few days that these people have been claiming some shit that they haven't got a clue about? Every one of them have been lying to you. And how long have they been doing it for?
Bev, I know water's flat. I know the earth is flat. I understand it. I get it.
The earth is
However,
not. See, you're not understanding because you keep saying the earth is flat.
He's a flat earther, one of them stupid ones, right?
He's one of those stupid ones.
Yeah.
a flat
Like
earther.
Bad.
You're not
Like
He's not on
Bad.
the level at all. He's a flat earther
anything.
trying to make
The
flat earthers
space
look
code.
stupid. Wow.
Yeah, society flat earther.
No.
Be
Yeah.
drunk and talk stupid shit and
He's
say
a
earth is
society
flat. Make
earther.
everyone
No,
think
no,
flat earthers
no.
are fucking
Come on,
idiots. Yep, that's
Paige.
exactly
Why-
what
why
you're
would
doing.
you-
That's exactly
do that?
what
Why would
you're
you say
doing.
Okay.
Because that's what you're doing.
Listen,
Yeah.
where I
And you're
stand
not-
right now,
Oh.
where I stand right now, I know the earth is flat. I know water's flat.
It's not.
I get it. I've used water level. Okay, listen, Paige.
You've used water
From where-
levels. When?
Oh,
Since
my
when have
God.
you used water levels?
Okay.
Hey,
yeah,
let me
yeah,
tell y'all.
I raised the foundation on my dad.
Let me tell y'all real quick. He is only winding you up
Oh,
on
yeah.
purpose. He's done it to me many times. He doesn't mean anything by it. He just thinks it's funny.
Think anything's
Yeah,
He's
funny.
making
drink.
himself look like a retard, though. Really?
Yeah, alcohol. My dad used to be like this, would just say shit because he
Listen.
thought it was funny and rile
Listen,
everyone up
folks.
while he was
Makes him
drunk.
look
And then the next
stupid,
day he
though.
wouldn't remember it.
Dude.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Straight lines, you don't know
They-
whether
they
a
do it
straight
again the
line or a
next day.
curved line.
I get it, Bev. I watched all you on Cleary. I watched everything, all your geometry exposés there on Cleary's channel. I've watched them. I
And you've
love it.
come out of it
It's
at the
good
other
stuff.
end by being able to say that you can't tell whether it's a straight line or a curved line.
I'm not sure I said that.
Yeah, that's exactly what you said.
What? When did I say that? Or don't need to go there, right? I don't want to go. He said, she said.
You
What do you
like
mean?
seriously,
So I don't
dude.
know- so you're
You
saying
forgot
that I
that
said
you've
that I
just
don't
said
have a
that.
That's the question.
curved
That was the
line?
question that was asked. Can you tell the difference between a straight line and a curved line? And you said no. That was literally the whole point of the conversation.
No, I never
Oh,
said that.
dude,
Yeah,
yes, you
that's
did.
what we asked you.
Yeah, this is recorded, and you have said
Yeah,
that.
it's recorded.
You've said
yep.
some
Okay,
pretty
here we go. Here
stupid
we go.
shit,
Now
dude.
With your flat earther fucking rumpus pile, right? You're gonna say that I said this, I said that.
Yeah, you did. You said you were a
Hey,
flat earther.
Hey, Bev, fucking Cleary. You think I don't know the difference between the straight line and the curved line? I'm the one asking you, Bev, about point-to-point straight lines, right? In the beginning, back,
But why did you say you can't tell the difference then?
I might have been saying no to somebody else, right? I don't know what.
No, I think you were only talking to me, dude. Jeez.
To what we were saying.
I'm gonna go to bed and go and get some sleep.
Yeah,
this dude
good night,
is
Bev.
a
This has gone real
muppet.
bad.
I don't think I'll be talking to you again, Aaron.
Let's just make
You're
it clear
obviously
for
a drunk that can't remember what he's saying. You shouldn't.
The Aaron
really be
doesn't know
talking
the
to
difference between
people.
a straight line and a curved line, according to Bev and Paige.
We'll see you tomorrow.
That's it, right?
You're around, Bev.
Yeah,
See you
go
later,
ahead, go
dudes.
ahead. Run your rhetoric.
Good night.